Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Mad Lads Live. Kenshi, Rise of the Dwarves. Glad to see everybody's here tonight. So, we'll give another minute for a couple of people to prop in and everything to really get started. But thank you guys for everybody who's in here already. I have some big plans tonight. We're doing something we haven't done in quite the while. Last episode got me feeling pretty invigorated, feeling pretty good. Red, actually, fun fact, I don't know if you were here last time, but we have a character that is named after you now. It was by popular demand. I'm still working on armoring them up, but we have a character that's named after you now. So there's that. Hey Sparky, how are you? Glad to see you here. Yeah, so we have some big plans this evening. Big plans this evening. This last episode really invigorated me. Our siege of the city of Morn made me feel as though we might actually be able to do some pretty crazy shit. But I figured it's been a while since we've really left Garzumi Keep, and in the immediate area, we've gone up. Basically, we've stuck to like this area, this like triangle here for a good number of episodes, and I think that we need to broaden our wings a little bit, and that really stretch our legs. Well, I'm good, Sparky. I'm good. I think we need to really stretch our legs, right? And so, obviously, we can't leave the city completely undefended, but we do have a couple of new recruits that I think need to prove themselves. And it just so happens that I've been playing a stupid amount of Warhammer recently, Total Warhammer. And so it got me thinking that I think that we need to have a branch of the Dwarven military that is the Slayer Corps. The Slayers are basically, think of them like Dwarven barbarians. They wear less armor than the rest of the dwarves. They wield two-handed weapons, and they go into battle. They're absolute berserkers. They're beasts. They're animals. They fight to the death. And I thought, who better to lead the Slayer Corps than our very own Mad Lad, Lord Grimdark, in honor of Grimdark Half Off, who, with all of his Conan the Barbarian videos, I really thought, who better to lead the Slayer Corps than Grimdark. So, my plan for the evening, for this lovely episode here, is that I'm going to set up and establish the Slayer Corps. And then once we get we get all of our guys outfitted with the proper equipment, which shouldn't take too long, right? Hopefully, shouldn't take too long. I plan on taking Grimdark. I plan on taking our fantastic find, Tiny Kong, okay, the great white gorillo that we got last episode. I plan on taking one golem, Tiny Kong, Lord Grimdark, and probably about 4 or 5 dwarves. And we are going to go on a journey all the way to Mongrel. And slightly above Mongrel. And that is twofold. One, I want to go to Mongrel so we can finally recruit the original Cinnamon Bun himself, Beep. I need Beep. And 2, we're finally going to get some armored gorillos, and I'm going to get armor for Tiny Kong. We're going to put this man in some serious armor. So it's going to be a big episode. We're going to the Fog Islands. We're going to take a small squad of dwarves to the Fog Islands. We're leaving King Vishu, Lord Stream, all of them behind for an episode or two as they stay back here and worry about their administrative duties. And we are going to the Fog Islands, friends. So we're going to go ahead and get that started here. I have some equipment that we have to make. One of the things that I really want to make for the Slayer Corps is they're going to be wielding two-handed weapons. Specifically, I think Holy Flames. These really cool two-handed swords that we found last time. I think we have one right now. I think one of them has it. Somebody has it. You have it in his inventory? Someone has it. Oh, yeah, okay. So we're going to go ahead and gift that to Lord Grimdark. Grimdark was using the Maitao Combat Cleaver, but I'm thinking that maybe we... he's either going to keep the Combat Cleaver, or we're going to give him the two-handed. I haven't quite decided yet, but I'm going to put it in his inventory, and we're going to see how it looks. But I'm thinking all of the Slayers are going to be wielding these big-ass two-handed swords. I think that's going to be fire. So we're going to get a bunch of those made, and then we're going to go from there. Really good stuff. But yeah, no, we're getting Beep, and we're getting armor we're getting armored gorillos. And then once we have Beep, armored gorillos, all that stuff, once we get Tiny here and some armor, Once he's decked out and armored up, we're gonna march on Flats Lagoon. We're gonna march on Flats Lagoon. So we got some big stuff coming up in this episode. Really big stuff. I think if we do it right, we should be able to get to the Fog Islands and back before the episode's over. So a lot of really good stuff coming this time. A lot of really good stuff. All right. So first things first, we need to get production moving. I need this sword to be produced. So what's Hammett up to? Is he moving? Hammett, where you at? There he is. All right. So Hammett's plugging away. He's doing his thing, which is good because we need a good handful of these holy flames. I think it was kind of uncertain, but I do think I'm going to change traveling to the Slayer Core. To the Slayers. Okay. The Lord Grimdark is going to be in the Slayers. He's going to have his own group of people. Going to be consisted of Red, Bobby, Bonesy, and Cole. That's 5 dwarves in the Slayer Core. Yeah, that's, you know what, we'll say 6. There's 6 dwarves in the Slayer Core. And then when we go to move into go to leave, we're also going to put I think Kenshi and Tiny in there with them because they're going to be traveling with them as well. And we're going to come back with not only an armored Tiny Kong, but we're also going to grab some armored gorillas while we're there as well, and Beep. And then Beep will also be part of the Slayers. But a quintessential portion, like part of the Slayers' identity is that they fight with minimal armor. So I'm only going to be outfitting the Slayers with boots and pants. That's a part of their whole shtick, is that they are minimally armored. So I will be outfitting them, but not with the full getup. Not with the full getup. And they will be wielding 2-handed weapons. It's going to be great. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. And then they will march into the Fog Isles, but without that armor dragging them down. Yes, they are more vulnerable, but they will have a significant increase to their stats. So hopefully that goes accordingly. I think I'm going to keep him with the combat cleaver just because he is the leader of the Slayers, but I am going to go ahead and have him put his armor and stuff back. We're going to, for those of you who, like I said, are unfamiliar with Warhammer 40k, the Slayers are, they essentially take an oath to fight until death. And they do so relatively unarmored. Legion boots. We'll need pants. We're going to have to work on that. What are you making right now? Greaves? Good. Good. Yeah, so we're going to get everybody outfitted and armored up. Grimdark, go ahead and give Red 2-hander. All right. We're going to see how this looks. Take that off. All right. So, hold on, I need pants for. Need pants. Can't be going to the Fog Islands with no pants. Okay. So this is the vibe of the Slayers. Okay, it's low armor, just leg protection, 2-handed weapon, and they're battle hardened berserkers, and that should be able to make it so that way they can maintain a decent stat load. Well, if I give them the shield, they'll have more, but I also think the shield kind of defeats the purpose of the berserkers. I'm going to have them keep the shield in their inventory in the event that maybe they need it, but I think by and large, we're gonna try and go without it. Downside is I think that their heavy armor, heavy weapon stat is going to be lower, so we are going to have to work that up just a little bit, but we're going to do a quick training mission in the against the fishmen to gauge how that goes. But Lord Grimdark here is going to lead them. And again, I think that's perfectly fitting, given, you know, what Grimdark did, the real Grimdark did in life. He was all about Conan the Barbarian lore and whatnot. So I think making him the leader of the Slayers is a good move. Is a good move for sure. Good move for sure. We're also going to destroy this equipment that we're not using, that we don't need. The hope is that we can get quite a bit of use out of both of these. Out of this trip, we're going to be able to recruit beep. We're going to be able to get some decent equipment, like weapons and equipment and whatnot. From there, we're going to load up the gorillas, get some armored gorillas in there. Hello to everybody who's just joined. I see we're sitting at 10 people so far. Not bad. Start of the stream. We'll obviously more people crowd in as we go, but hey Hero, do you mind doing an explanation of the gorilla bandits? Always just seen them as cool, but wondering why Kenshi has kung fu robbers walking. Okay, so I don't have any definitive lore on the gorilla bandits right now, because I haven't really dug into them too much. The only thing that I know of for certain about them is, one, they're absolutely stupid. There's something going on with them beyond just like being like kung fu, like monkey men, because they're like, they almost seem like larger. They almost seem like they're suffering from fucking gigantism, which is odd. The one bit of lore I do have on them is that Ghost, the leader, or the I say leader, one of the highly regarded members of the Berserkers, Ghost, when he was still a member of the 100 Guardians, because he was not a 5 Invincible, he was a 100 Guardian. When he was still a member of the 100 Guardians, he fought the leader of the Gorilla Bandits, Gorillo, and he lost. And after he lost, the leader of the Gorilla Bandits took his weapon, and as a result, it was a Maitao plank. Took his not a Maitao. I don't think it was a Maitao. Was it a Maitao? I don't know. Took his weapon. He took his weapon though. And that was what directly led to Sukon being exiled, and then him becoming the ghost under the Berserkers, and become a legendary figure under the Berserkers. So the only bit of lore that I have in the Gorilla Bandits at current is that he is the reason that Sukon became ghost, and all of that. So, and then Sukon inadvertently formed the Berserkers as a result. So. He didn't really form the Berserkers. They were formed around him. But that's all we have on them. At least for right now. I could dig into them more, and I will dig into them more, but that's all I have on them for right now. So, we're just trying to get some of this stuff built up. Some of these weapons here built up. So we can... get rid of that, get rid of that. We're gonna have to, yeah, we're gonna get some of these weapons built up. I am gonna keep Grim with a shield. I do think that because he needs something to differentiate himself as the head of the Berserkers, and right now that's the best thing I can think of, unless I look for what other armors do I have. I don't have the other smith he made right now, so I can't look, but yeah, so we're gonna just run with what we got for right now. When we're in Mongrel, we'll look and see if there's anything I can put on the Berserkers specifically to differentiate them. But I think this is good. Maybe we'll put them in Dawnguard armor. Maybe they'll be the ones that end up in Dawnguard armor. But I'm not certain yet. When we're in the Fog Islands, the Dawnguard, like modded Dawnguard faction they're in the Fog Islands. That's where they're based. So we're gonna run into them, and we'll kind of see what we want to do from there. But I really want to do something to separate the Slayers from the rest of them. The problem with putting a tattoo on them is that I don't have anything to tattoo the body, and the tattoo that's on Grimdark's forehead is unique to that face model. It's not like it's a tattoo that's like I can just put it on any face. It's a unique face that was made for Griffin, because Grimdark was originally Griffin, and then I just renamed him in honor of Grimdark. So his face model is unique, but also it's kind of badass, and it kind of works for what we're doing here. But doth shall be the Slayers. Okay, so he's good. He just needs... Alright, we're going to put the shield down. And we're going to put the mace back. The good news, too, is a lot of these guys actually, I think, have decent... Yeah, these guys all have decent heavy weapon skills already, because they were tech hunters that we took during the raid on Morn. So a lot of them are already up to par and ready to use the weapons that we're about to give them. Like, they're going to be moving. They're going to be in good shape. We should be able to handle the Fog Islands without much of an issue. So... Thursday night stream, guys. This is it, man. Thursdays are always our most popular busy nights, man. So hopefully we can break a new record. Gut, Fog Island Plateau, Shem Border by the Great Swamp. Shem Border is not bad because it's relatively peaceful, decent fertility, and has beak things patrolling you. But if you want beak things patrolling you to fend off like raids, Gut is better because if you're deep into the Gut, most enemies will never even make it to your base. So I would say Gut is better than the Shem Border. The difficulty is that when you go into an area like Gut, yes, it's hard for enemies to get to you. But on the flip side, it's hard for you to get out. And also, you're going to be under constant fire by beak things. Once you get the base established, it's not a big deal. But getting the base set up is a bitch. And then Fog Island's Plateau is pretty good. The downside is that whenever you try to sleep, it triggers Fogmen, Fog Princes, Fog Heavies, all of them to try and come, like, kidnap you to bring you back to a death yard. And so every time your character lays down to sleep, anytime you do any of that stuff, you better have a good wall with turrets set up because they're going to start coming for you. So it's going to be 360 combat. The Shem Border is not bad. It's definitely less secure than the Gut or the Fog Islands, but it is easier to set up than the Fog Islands or the Gut. Gut is more secure than the Fog Islands Plateau by and large, because the enemies that you're fighting aren't going to like break into your base. Once you're set up with like a good turret, you should be fine. Whereas in the Gut, you have beak things. But on the flip side, getting out of the Fog Islands is probably harder than the Gut. Aren't they supposed to carry axes? They are supposed to carry axes, but I think that the two-handed swords look really cool, and I already have the blueprint for them. I mean, like look at these fucking things. I think it looks really cool. I think it's a good idea, especially since, what is it? They're the Slayers, and our main guys are using, like, our normal military units are using large plate maces, right? So our main force uses heavy, like, blunt weapons and shields. So maces and shields, and then our Slayer unit, our like elite unit, uses two-handed like great swords. And again, look at them; these things are badass. They look really badass. So I just think it looks cool. If I can find a good two-handed axe, we might switch to those. But as of right now, I'm thinking we'll probably stick with the two-handers. I did last episode happen to find by pure accident this tiny a map that leads to this tiny settlement up here, and this is actually where dwarven equipment is made, so we might be able to get battle axes up there later on. But right now we're going to stick with those. And then again, the Dawn Guard stuff is up here. So over here is where the Dawn Guard animal trader is, and that's where we're going to buy a couple more armored gorillos, and B, where we're going to get armor for Tiny Kong. And then the Dawn Guard themselves is actually up here. And in order to fund that, we're going to go into the Fog Isles. We're going to go up to Mongrel. We're going to get Beep. And then we're going to fight... we're going to fight some Fogmen. We're going to train with some Fogmen and fight some Fogmen while we're there, and use that to get money to purchase the armor and all that stuff. And we're gonna get ourselves set up really well. And I think realistically, if we do it well, we can walk out of there with 100,000 cats in little to no time if we do it right. We're gonna have the forces, we're gonna have the stats, we have the skill, we have the technology. So I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. How are we doing on making the thing we're waiting on now is getting the equipment made. That's gonna be the long part, but we are pretty much already there with that. We just need one more pair of pants, and then we should be fine. I'm actually going to turn off, get rid of the cuirass, make gauntlets, and I think we've got enough. No, we need to get the cuirass back. No, we have enough cuirasses. We have enough helmets. Focus on boots, legions, and yeah. So we'll do that. All right. Where is Hammett? What's he doing right now? Industrial Hammett. Did he already put it away? Who has the flip? Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, Bobby, you get up here. We're gonna take that. Go. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean these guys are gonna be they're gonna be killing it. Our slayers. And the gorillos, the armored gorillos, are gonna be part of the Slayer Corps. So Tiny, all the armored gorillas, all of them, they're gonna be part of it. They're our vanguard. They run in first. They're our Marines essentially, first in, last out. That's the goal with them. No. Right. 8 people. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. 25 minutes in. Wow, only 25 minutes in, only 8 people. Hopefully things pick up. Like I said, usually Thursdays are our heavier nights, so hopefully as things move on through the night, things pick up a bit. Usually about an hour in is when we see a real bump in viewership. Not that it matters. I'm happy to hang out regardless. My hope is that tonight maybe we can surpass our previous record. Finally hit that 80. That sweet succulent 80. Shem border, fertility superb, rice and cactus plus wheat, just no green fruits, and gut is just a bit more aggressive. Fog is more aggressive than the Fog Islands, better leather and meat production, and the Taxman if you survive the journey. Yeah, if you go deep enough, the Taxman will never make it to you. I've done that a few times actually. If you guys go back and look at my Nugget Mafia videos, by the end of it, the Taxman never even reaches me. Never happens. I don't know if I'm gonna have a Ranger Corps. I might make another group for Rangers. And then I'll put I'll put the I think the Ranger Corps for the Dwarves is gonna be largely comprised of like our Dwarven Sentinel, our Construct Sentinels that are manning the turrets. But I might put a couple of Dwarves in there that use crossbows, use Dawn Guard crossbows, because the Dawn Guard mod does have crossbows. So there is that. Yeah, the Taxman. The Taxman from the United Cities and the Traders Guild. They come and try to collect taxes from you. If you don't pay the taxes that they want, they'll send people to your base. Dustin, how you doing? What's going on? How art thou? It's going. We're a little low on viewership currently, but I imagine later in the evening it'll pick up. Usually around the 1 hour mark is when we start seeing things really pop off. Right now, we're just waiting to make some two-handed swords for our Slayer Corps. Boom. All right, we need 2 more. You make 2 more. Oh yeah. I mean, ignoring that sound, like look at that. Look at this dude, this giant two-hander. So before we go out against the like we start our expedition up to the Fog Isles, we're going to test this against the Fishmen in Fish Isle. So we're going to send our Slayer Corps out there and we're going to see how they do. How are we looking on? All right, everybody has some kind of medical equipment. We're going to need more. We're going to need more. There's no doubt about that. But again, my main thing right now is I really want to get Tiny some armor. He's going to be a beast when he's armored. I can't wait for you guys to see it too. It's fucking majestic. Anybody who hasn't seen it yet, the Dawn Guard mod for Kenshi here adds in the troll armor from Dawn Guard from Elder Scrolls. But it puts it on gorillas instead, and it is gonna be phenomenal. It's gonna be phenomenal. Are Fogmen worth recruiting over regular hivers? Not really. They're functionally the same. I think they have some higher experience rates for combat, but don't quote me on that. But as far as I know, not per se. More of an aesthetic change than anything else. More of an aesthetics change. Alrighty. Eat. Put this on 3 times just because I really want to get this done so we can get moving. We need 2 more produced. 2 more. And then... what's in your inventory? How you doing? Doing good. He's doing pretty good. I need you to go give him a couple of your medical supplies, and also this repair kit because you're taking one of the golems with you. Yeah, I mean it's a slower night tonight. It seems, it is what it is. Um, no big deal though. Again, it usually picks up around the 1 hour mark anyway. I'm really not concerned. My hope was that because Thursdays have historically always been my more popular nights. My hope was that we might be able to break that 80 concurrent viewers because 78's our all time high. My hope is we might be able to break it, but if it doesn't happen tonight, it doesn't happen. I'm really not concerned. It is near the holidays too. People tend to be a lot busier this time of year, so I'm really not concerned. We'll see how it goes. But either way, I'm excited. Big plans, and those of you that are here are going to get to see some fucking shenanigans tonight because I think this is the first time, other than last episode when we went to Morn, but it's the first time we've really like left the base in a couple episodes too much. We've done like expeditions to like Clown Steady, Way Station, slave markets, Catan, etc., all that stuff. Last episode we attacked Morn. That was pretty cool. But we've pretty much stayed in this triangle for a good number of episodes, and now we're about to make a big trip up north. I mean, we're coming all the way up here, so Grimdark and the Slayers are going to be leaving the base for quite some time. I'm probably not even going to pop back here and see what they're doing. I'm just going to let it roll. So it's going to be a trip. It's going to be a trip. We just got to get outfitted and ready first. I got to get everybody some healing equipment. Just I need to make sure everyone's got some. Everyone needs to have something, even if it's not 100%. You're good. Okay. We should be getting that last sword made very, very soon. We need, what, one or two more? We need two more. Two more swords, and then we should be good to go. We're going to do our test run against the fishmen, and then after that, we're headed out. And I'm going to preemptively move Kenshi with us as well. He's gonna travel with us. I think Kenshi would make a good slayer. He is obviously one of our constructs, but I'm gonna bring him with us for security purposes. Plus, he'll carry all of our food and shit, so we don't have to worry about that. He'll man all of our foods. And then what? Do you have an H2? Yeah, he has an I2. I might be able to get him and get this golem a new frame. Actually, I think I might send the golem with him because I can get them a new frame. Oh no, I need Kenshi to do it. He's got all the food. Yeah, all right, never. Kenshi will go, but I might be able to buy a new frame for our golem once we're in Mongrel. How are we coming on this sword over here? Damn it, what are you doing? Come on, get to work. We got things to do, people to see, swords to make, villages to pillage. This is the slow part. And then it shall begin. Dude, why do you keep stopping? Oh, he needs steel bars. I see. Is there any research I can do? All right, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Because this is gonna take forever because of the steel bars. I need to upgrade my steel refinery is what it is. Is it possible to befriend the Holy Nation, the United Cities, Czech Kingdom simultaneously? I think you can. No, because I think you become allies with all three of them. The problem is that once you reach a certain threshold of allyship with some of them, you automatically become enemies with the other. I may be wrong on that. I'm pretty knowledgeable on the lore for Kenshi. The technical side of things is where you're better off asking someone like either Shadan or Frankie was here. I got a lot of the lore stuff down, but some of the technical side of things, and like the code and stuff like that, is not so much, unless it pertains to the lore. Like I've dug into the Forgotten Constructions, construction set a lot for lore purposes, but anything outside of that lore stuff is you're better off asking either Frankie or Shadan. I think you can do it, but I think there's a threshold where it's no longer possible or viable. All right. Oof, my dude. Getting these good ones, too. All right, we have, what is it? We have one Mark 5, Mark 6. Yeah, so all of these are of at least really good quality. He's got a Mytal. Cole's, yeah, these are looking good. Looking good. Yeah, what Eric said. All right, we need one more sword, and then we're free to head out. One more sword, and then we're free to head out. I do think while we're gone too, the hope is we're gonna get some. We're gonna be able to get some research materials as well because I need ancient science books like crazy so I can start upgrading some of our other stuff. Like our steel bar, because originally steel bars weren't a big thing. Like we weren't in desperate need of them, but we definitely need to pick up the pace on production for that in terms of weapons and whatnot, because that's the only thing really slowing us down. But in just a second, when we do our run on the Fishmen, we'll head over to the we'll see how we perform, but we'll head over towards the island lab, raid there, get some ancient science books, come back here, heal up, and then head out. Hopefully, we're able to really get out there. Almost there. Almost there. This is the slog of Kenshi when you're just waiting for something, you know, weapons to be built, stuff like that. But while we are waiting, or are we looking on food? I did take a lot of it, a couple. Oh yeah, no, we're already repacked. We got more food than we know what to do with. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, we got more food than we even know what to do with. Tiny, how are you? Tiny's good. Tiny's good. Last Slayer to... Oops. While we're waiting, I'm going to get all of them together and kind of see what the vibe is. And I'm actually going to go as far as to set their job is to bodyguard and stay close to Grimdark. That's their prime responsibility. And I'm also going to have them set to walk in a military formation too. I mean, they're going to be a right proper squad, so... Alright, yeah, so this is Lord Grimdark and his squad of Slayers. Look at them. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Badass, too. Just badass. Did anyone see the video of the guy who built a giant tunnel wall in Kenshi from the gut to bad teeth in order to abduct Kite Holy Phoenix to get murdered by Harpoon Firing Squad? I have not, but that sounds absolutely hilarious. That sounds like something General Sam would do. Or Ambiguous Amphibian. I think either of them would do that. That sounds hilarious. I'm going to put Medic actually above Bodyguarding. I think I want them to prioritize, obviously, keeping Grimdark alive because he's their leader. But I also want them to I want to make sure they're healing each other. I always try to put Medic as first. So, but that way, in the event that like Grimdark goes down or gets kidnapped or anything like that, they will prioritize going and saving him, especially when we're fighting Fogmen. All right, are we done with that sword yet? Jesus Christ. No, we're getting there, though. We're getting there. Hello, my sweetie. Ah, God, I'm so excited to get armor for this dude. He's like already massive, so once you get armor on him, he's going to be incredible. You guys are going to be blown away by how good it looks. It looks so fucking cool. I was playing with it on another save that I have that I was using to kind of test out ideas and like maybe get a gauge for where things were and what I wanted to do with this playthrough. I'm doing like a small squad Ronin playthrough right now, and or like a ninja, like a ghost. Think of like a Ghost of Tsushima playthrough, basically. and I'm, you know, rebelling against the Holy Nation and all that jive. And I'm using armored guerrillas in my group, and it looks so fucking cool, man. It looks so fucking cool. Yeah, these guys are gonna be badass. Big ass swords. Good. Looks good. My hope is that maybe, quite possibly, once my smiths are skilled enough, I can actually make one of these in my Tau, and then I'll give it to Lord Grimdark, and he can use that. We're looking. Almost there. 12 viewers. Hello, everybody. Welcome to those of you guys who just joined. I appreciate you guys popping in. Almost there. Almost there. God, this takes forever. How long do each of these swords take to make? A couple hours. It's just a lack of materials. Hopefully, with us gone, we'll... I'm going to have him take this off. This will be the last weapon that he makes for a little while. We've got plenty of weapons on backup already made. Like on back order, I mean, already made. So I'll let the materials kind of build up for a while. Will I have a steel bar, like a material shack for steel bars? Little shed. Raw stone, copper, iron plates, copper, steel bars. Yeah, all right. So we'll let some of the materials build up for a while. Oh yeah, he's gonna go crazy, man. He's gonna go crazy. I can't wait. He's gonna mess up some of these fogmen too. It's gonna be really good. We're gonna go test him out in the fishmen, test our slayers out in the fishmen, and then we're gonna go fight some fogmen. It's gonna be beautiful. I have a lore question for you. Why are there goats on Kenshi? It's such an odd choice for a real-world animal. I think the goats were probably brought during the First Empire. I think a lot of the animals on Kenshi were brought during the First Empire for various reasons, and then some of them were, you know, experimented on or evolved as time went on, but I think they're all rooted in the First Empire. Oh, shit, Tiny. All right, let's see how they do against crabs. Okay, they are crushing crabs. Cole got down, which sucks, but it's because they're fighting crabs. That's to be expected. Crabs have massive armor piercing and 10 damage, so not surprised on that in the slightest. That's okay, though. We're going to get him picked up, and we're going to take care of that. They also have decent toughness, too, so they should be all right. They should be fine. But they did good. That was good so far. That's for sure. All right, let's head on up. Even with Cole down, we're gonna test it. Still getting ads every 10 minutes. That's ridiculous. I actually dropped it down from moderate to low. I'll double check it again. I'm so sorry for that. I don't know why it's doing that. Again, I have it set for ads to be on because like I do you know need to get paid for my streams and everything. It's part of the whole like wanting to do this full time. But every 10 minutes is crazy. I'm so sorry. I will double check that again because it shouldn't be doing that. All right, you guys sit here, hold. I'm gonna have you guys disperse out a bit. And then... Alright, so Cole's back up again. I'm gonna take... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take you guys off of hold. I'm just gonna let you guys go. Let you guys go. Go kill some. Let's see how you guys are doing. Slayers. Badass. Where are you guys headed? Oh, there's a fishman running off. He's dead. Fantastic. Yeah, no, YouTube as a whole will keep them on. Basically, all it does is it opts into, hey, I get paid for those ads. If I turn them off, YouTube's still going to run them, and then they'll just take the money from it. They just might run them at a slightly less frequency, like slightly smaller frequency, but they'll still run them, unfortunately. Just the way they work. Cole's moving a little slow right now. I think it's mostly because of the -9 to his strength is causing some slowness. Also, his weapon is He is one of the 5s, right? Yeah, so it's heavier. It's 39 kilograms as compared to the 4s, which are 36. So that's probably slowing him down just a little bit as well. All right, so it does look like our Slayers are making some good headway. I mean, what is it? Last time, I think 2 or 3 episodes ago, I did a test run with all of our soldiers, and if you guys recall, they actually, many of them got their ass kicked. They got beat pretty aggressively when they were fighting this same mob of fishmen. And right here, it looks like we're actually not doing too terrible. We're not doing too terrible at all. So I'm going to call this so far a win. We're going to see how they do against a larger mob. We do have Tiny with us, who's, you know, probably just killing it. And I'm also going to take Kenshi off hold as well, but... Cosmic, welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad to see you here. We're making a Slayer core, my friend. We're making a Slayer core. Proper Slayers. Unarmored, two-handed badasses wielding giant broadswords. And we're going to be taking a trip to the Fogman Isles. We're going to be getting armored gorillas this round. We're going to be getting armored gorillas, and we're going to be armoring up Tiny Kong here. He's going to be in full armor ship. Cosmic, you absolute unit. Thank you so much, as always, for sending out more memberships. Always happy to have more people in the Mad Lads. Thank you so much. Ever generous, my friend. Ever generous. I sincerely appreciate it. Oh my god, these guys are actually killing it. They're actually killing it. Again, if you guys remember, like 2 episodes ago, we sent all of our military against this army of fishmen, and they did okay. They did okay. But they ultimately did fall, and I had to have a robot come save them. You know, we're taking some damage for sure in this fight, but like our Slayers are killing it. I feel confident when we get to the Fog Isles that they're gonna do fine. I feel really confident. I feel really good about it. Cosmic is always a legend. He's the GOAT. He is the GOAT. They are the GOAT. Honestly, Red's a badass too. Look at this. Hasn't gone down once. Just killing it. Even with the slightly slower movement, I'm assuming because of the strength. Yeah, we need at least like a 60 in strength or 70 in strength to wield the weapon totally effectively. But even with that you know, decrease in speed, they're killing it. Absolutely killing it. Yeah, we cleared this place out, and I don't think we actually had anyone go down to the point where they're like they're not getting back up for a while. Like, we're gonna have them rest, but massive success. These guys are absolute units. Our Slayer Corps is the Slayer Corps. Yeah, Dustine is named after you. You were, I don't know if you were in the chat during that, but I was asking people for names for dwarves because I recruited like 5 or 6 more dwarves, and yeah, no, we named Dustine after you. Fog Islands isn't too much about fighting power as it is run speed. 18 miles an hour is the magic number. Anything lower and you'll get overrun by numbers. No, for sure, because they're going to come endlessly, and every time anyone goes unconscious or anything like that, it triggers more of them to keep coming. So the horde really is endless. But I'm using this as both a training opportunity, and I want to make sure that if they are to get overrun, because we're going to be hunting some fog princes while we're there, right? Like, we're not just there for... armor for our boys. That's one of the reasons we're there, but it's not the only reason. So I want to make sure that they're capable of effectively hunting down fog princes. Tiny here is a beast, man, absolute beast. Oh, Cosmic. Fun fact: I told you last time that the Redux mod that I wanted to use to drop Tiny's hunger from 5 times speed wouldn't work. So I did find one that would end up taking the hunger off of him, but I felt like that was too cheesy given the situation. So I did find one that was able to reduce it a bit, down to 2 times instead of 8 without, so that way it's still there, but I'm not, you know, literally going through 100 food every like 15 minutes. Like, that's crazy. But I was able to find one that works and didn't crash the game. So That's cool. Tiny is a literal beast, yeah. Tiny is a literal beast. Yeah, so we're just healing up now. We're just healing up now. But no, this went really well. You know, we took damage. We definitely took damage. But by and large, I'm very satisfied with how this went. Very, very satisfied. So that's good. Went really good. All right, we're up to 15 people. I see numbers are starting to climb. Thank you to everybody who just joined. Like I said, my goal here this evening is Thursday streams tend to be our best. I'm hoping maybe we can break that 80, that 78 all-time peak. That would be really cool by the end of the stream. So we'll see how it goes. Moshi Moshi indeed. Moshi Moshi indeed. All right, I think anybody's legs messed up? No, nobody's legs are messed up. It looks like the only things that really got damaged were chest, stomach, which makes sense. They're not wearing armor on their chest and stomach, so that's fine. But it looks like that's the only thing that really got messed up. But that's okay. That's all right, because they're slayers, and that's part of it. But by and large, I feel good about how this went. I feel really good about it. So we're going to, I think, is it just fish beds here? Yeah, I think it's just fish beds. Gurgler eggs. Ew. Who cares about gurgler eggs? Are they worth anything? I don't think I've checked a gurgler egg in a while. Who's relatively awake? Justine, come pick up a gurgler egg. Tell me how much that's worth. Not much, not enough. Can I ask a really specific lore question? Of course, I'll try my best to answer it. There are some things that I don't know just because I haven't dove into it, but I'll answer my best, best that I can. Absolutely. We're talking about lore on these streams is one of my favorite things to do. It also seems to be one of people's favorite things to do is listen to me go on lore tangents. So, always happy to answer a lore question. All right, I think we've done our successful test. I think we're gonna head back to base, and then we're gonna head out. Kenshi lore is peak. Kenshi lore is peak. I do hear people liking the stream helps bring more viewers. I also I believe YouTube has a hype feature now where you can choose to hype a video. And or stream that will help increase traffic to it as well. But I try to be careful about pushing stuff like that. Like I don't really want to be that guy that's like, hey guys, go use your hypes to hype my video and all that stuff. Like I try not to be pushy. It's not my not really my thing. I just try not to be pushy. So it's there if anyone wants to, but don't feel obligated by any means. Okay, is there any evidence of radio use after the chaotic times post First Empire? Not really, not as far as I can tell. The fall of the First Empire was... I mean, I'm sure there might be radio usage in some aspects, but we don't have anything to really display it because most of the radio towers and all that kind of stuff were built during the First Empire. Those buildings were repurposed by the Second. So we don't really have evidence that maybe they were still functional by then. We know that they were still around, but not that they were functional. With that being said, I do know that there was like the problem is that the chaotic times or the age of chaos was very likely a nuclear winter. So a lot of the tech was probably fried and destroyed across that that period of time during that era. So there's not really evidence of it. There's evidence that prior to the Chaos Age, there was like radio and there was satellite communication and that kind of stuff. But afterwards, it seems like a lot of that stuff probably fell through the wayside over the course of that nuclear winter and however long that lasted. There might be some kind of communication like that, but you would think that it would still be in some capacity around because the Second Empire was slightly more advanced than things are now, but not really by much. Most of what they had that was technologically advanced compared to like what we have now was scrapped and repurposed from the first Empire's tech. So like even Chris said that like the second Empire had an elevated level of tech, but it's not that far removed from here. The real like change was between the first and seconds. I disagree on the skeletons would have figured it out. There's a lot of evidence to suggest the skeletons are not capable of like inventing tech, only capable of repurposing and reusing tech that they already have their hands on. Um, for instance, the Second Empire was built by the skeletons. It was a skeleton-run empire, and they repurposed, salvaged, and reused and built their empire on the bones of the first. But they never made it back to that like super advanced, hyperspace, spacefaring civilization with like mass production. They weren't making new skeletons, any of that stuff, because the technology was lost, and they weren't able to recreate it because the skeletons can't create new technology. They can only repurpose, salvage, and potentially repair technology that they can get their hands on. But if the tech was gone by the time the Second Empire came about, they can't recreate it. They can only repair, repurpose, and salvage. That's it. I know this is gonna be blasphemy, but I enjoy Kenshi lore more than Warhammer lore. Life is too cheap in Warhammer. Kenshi seems to be more legit world to exist. Yeah, Kenshi is based a lot more in real world science. Lorehammer's like hyper fantasy sci-fi, whereas Kenshi's got a lot more baseline in real world science. It's I would argue that it's more entertaining, just because it's more what's the word? It's more not approachable, attainable, right? Like it feels more genuine and real, whereas Warhammer lore, especially Warhammer 40k lore, feels so far removed from reality that it's almost not even something like that can be discussed in the grand scheme. God damn it, Tiny, what are you doing? Someone go pick Tiny up. We gotta pick his ass up. Okay. At least till we get across the bridge. All right, so we're making our trek. We're on our way. The Slayers are on their way to the Fog Islands. We are on our way. We're gonna bid farewell to Garzumi Keep for what is likely the remainder of this stream, and potentially the next. We'll see how long this goes, but we will not be back at Garzumi Keep for some time. For some time. Unless, of course, something ridiculous happens, but... is the fall of the First Empire akin to the sacking of Rome or the burning of the Great Library? I don't really have anything that I can compare it to because it was just so devastating. It was, I mean, it was world-ending. It was the equivalent of, like... I don't think I really have anything to compare it to. It was literally world-ending. Yeah, I mean, this was an extinction event. I think this is the only thing that I could compare it to is like if the Cold War had ended in nuclear holocaust. Like it's more akin to like the Fallout timeline, like 2077. Yeah, October 31st, 2077, or October 22nd, 2077, or whatever it was. It's more akin to that. Like I can't even relate it to anything. Because it's so far removed. All right, we are off. We are off to the Fog Islands. We'll have many conflicts along the way. We will fight many foes. We may even lose some dwarves, but that's okay. Jew's uncle? Who the hell is Jew? Oh, right, it's the... Yeah, okay. They're real. I saw one once. It told me to eat more green fruit. Hold on. What the fuck is he talking about? What is he talking about? The Forbidden Zone lies beyond the Ashlands. People don't go there. They find skinless corpses in the... Oh, the Mist School thing is what it is. Okay, yeah, they're talking about the skin bandits. How do I get a monkey? This is the Great White Gorilla, and I happen to have the mod called Tame Beasties. So I beat the shit out of him, threw him in a cage, and then I made him mine. Made him my lad, my boy. I'm thinking the best way to go about this is probably to cut across here and then go straight up so we can avoid the bonelands. I really think that we want to avoid that if we can. You think he's cool now, Clem? Wait until I throw some armor on this man. Have you ever seen the armored trolls from Dragon Age? Not Dragon Age, from the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, the Dawnguard DLC. I have a mod that lets me put that specific armor from the trolls onto the gorillas, and I'm about that. We're headed up there to get that. So this man is going to be armored like a fucking troll from Dawnguard. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. No, the long road it goes. The long road it goes. I may end up picking up some dogs while we're up there too, but I'm definitely gonna get a couple of gorillas. The fall of Rome led to the Dark Age, which is similar but close, not close to the scale of disaster of losing the First Empire. Yeah, again, I think the fall of the First Empire would be more akin to like if there was a civilization pre-Ice Age, because like there's theories that like the first human civilization that we know of is not actually the first advanced civilization that occurred. That prior to the last ice age, there was another civilization that maybe fell apart and was destroyed due to some cataclysmic event. And if that theory is true, it'd be more akin to that, a cataclysmic event that led to an ice age, or in this country's case, a nuclear winter, and then history restarted. The only difference is that Kenshi had skeletons that could, that would remember that past, whereas we did not. Um, that's probably the closest I can attribute it to, because it goes beyond just like the fall of a civilization. It was world ending. It was almost a full extinction level event. All life gone, organic matter destroyed. There's nothing remaining. I mean, it would have been only robots. So it probably would have been closer to the destruction of like a pre-Ice Age civilization, rather than anything in the modern era. Whereas the fall of the Second Empire is probably closer to the fall of Rome, in my opinion, which is directly reflected in their nomenclature. Because if you notice that the names that are used in the hierarchy of each empire and each faction kind of relates to what they're like. So the United Cities tends to use Japanese nomenclature, and that's why they are more closely associated to like feudal Japan and the Edo period Japan and stuff like that. You can directly compare those civilizations, and they use the same nomenclature. Holy Nation has like a European Crusades type nomenclature that you can kind of directly compare it to that of the Crusades. You can, especially modern Holy Nation, you can compare to the Crusades. The Second Empire used Roman nomenclature. You have things like the Legionnaire. You have things that directly compare to the Roman, to the Romans. So I would say that the Second Empire's fall was closer to the Roman Empire, whereas the First Empire would be a pre Ice Age civilization. I think the Dark Ages could be more closely connected to what happened after the fall of the Second Empire, because the Dark Ages eventually led into the Crusades, and the Crusades are what's happening right now. So the fall of the Second Empire happens. You fall into the Dark Ages of scientific repression, and eventually, scientific repression against any science, because it wasn't full scientific repression. It was scientific repression against anything that challenged the authority of the religious views, and eventually led into the Crusades and all of that stuff. So I think it's far more likely that the First Empire is a pre-Ice Age civilization. It collapses. All of humanity forgets the story of their past. They essentially reset. The skeletons form what is essentially the Roman civilization. That runs for a good long time. All of Kenshi, is run by that. They fall is a combination of barbarians to the north, or cannibals. The famines that were accruing due to their large, land and numerous plagues, or in this case, an explosion in the grid that wiped out their food supply, peasant revolts, all of that stuff. Rome falls. You have an era of scientific oppression that follows afterwards as technology starts to be utilized less and less. We start to regress quite a bit compared to that age, because that's just the way things were. And then eventually it leads into an era where the Crusades and stuff like that were happening, and the Crusades could be connected to what the Holy Nation is doing currently across the face of Kenshi. It's a religious war and all of that stuff. So I think that the next phase of Kenshi is probably a renaissance. I think it's a renaissance. I would agree that it's a renaissance. If they're following like a timeline that's similar to our own, but I think if the Second Empire is a I won't say metaphor, but like if it's similar to the fall of Rome, then after that would have been the Crusades, which is where we are now, or scientific repression, which is where we are now, or where we were for the last 1,000 years. Then the Crusades, which is where we are now, and then that transitions into eventually the Renaissance. So that would be my guess. I think that Kenshi is on its way to a technological renaissance, but I think that is only going to happen after the Holy War is done. Whoever wins, whatever ends up happening with that. We're going to go the long way on this so I can try to maybe avoid the big things. Not ideal. It's definitely going to make us move slower, but I'm going to do that this way. And again, I think that a lot of these comparisons, a lot of the uh, comparisons to like real world civilizations come down to if you can connect the nomenclature used to a real civilization, you'll end up finding a lot of parallels. Holy Nation to feudal Europe, uh, Second Empire to the Roman Empire, United Cities to feudal Japan. The Czech Kingdom to the Turks. There's a lot of similarity to the Turks. Okay. Do you have any videos about drones that fly around the floodlands? No, I don't. I do have a theory about them. Somebody asked me about them a couple of streams ago. I think that they were used to help dilute the pollution in the air. Because you got to think, the First Empire spent all this time terraforming Kenshi to be habitable, to have areas of high fertility and all that stuff. You see that with like the eye satellites and shit like that. So they spent a lot of time and energy to make it habitable to a degree. And then if they started slapping down areas of high industry, like the like that of the floodlands, where they were producing skeletons en masse, they were outputting tons of smog and shit like that, because they were using iron. We know they were using iron because of what the Cannibal Plains to the north looks like. I talked about that in another video. The Cannibal Plains, the soil is blue because during the Second Empire, the entirety of the floodlands was flooded and being called the floodlands. All of those noxious chemicals and heavy metals started to be absorbed into the soil, but there was too much because of the water, so the soil got waterlogged, and it was iron-rich metals in the water, which is why the soil is blue. It's a real process called glaying, where there is a high abundance of iron in waterlogged soil, and the soil there's so much iron that it can't absorb it all, and the iron ends up getting reduced, not in quantity, but chemically reduced, and it causes the soil to become blue. So we know they were using a lot of iron. They were melting down metals. They were forging and just doing a lot of industry there. And I think those drones were flying around with the purpose of maybe clearing some of that smog out of the air to prevent it from undoing the terraforming that they had done on Kenshi in the past to make it habitable in the first place. That would be my guess. That would be my best guess, but it's kind of hard to say because they don't do anything. Someone suggested that maybe they were like defense drones, but like they don't attack you, so like I don't think that's the case. Plus, if they wanted defense, they'd slap down the the skeleton spiders. Those things are a hell of a lot scarier than whatever those flying fucking drones are. So I will say, I remember the first time I played Kenshi, and like the first time I made it to the Floodlands on Kenshi, those drones flying in the sky terrified the hell out of me. I was so certain they were going to come flying down and attack me, or they were going to start like raining down fucking arrows or lasers on me or some shit. But they didn't. They didn't do that, thankfully. Which good, because that would have been terrifying. I would have been absolutely horrified. But they did not do that, and all worked out in the long run. All right, we are making our way to the north. The other thing too is as we pass through Shek territory, it may end in some skirmishes as well, because we this playthrough ultimately is to fight the Shek. Like that was our first goal when we started, is that we're gonna fight the Shek. So because we are the dwarves from Dragon Age. Excuse me. I always wondered if the first empire came from space. What about the rest of the peoples? Where's the government? Something like that. Did they forget this place, or is the moon unimportant? I think so. Kenshi is largely based in like real life concepts of like science fiction, like how science would work in real life. And so there's a couple of couple potential explanations. One is the skeleton uprising didn't just happen on Kenshi; it happened across the entire empire, and the entirety of the empire was wiped out and reduced. I find that less likely, but that's a potential option. The other option that I think is more likely, because I said the same thing, if I had a mining colony and I was able to like regularly communicate with my mining colony, and then I found out, hey, this moon just got jumped and attacked by our skeleton workforce, my ass is coming in with the armada, with whatever we got, and I'm either glassing the planet to prevent it from becoming, glassing the moon to prevent it from becoming an issue in the future, or I'm going to send reinforcements and take it back. Or which like leads me to believe that they aren't able to communicate it, which is leads back to what I said before. Is Kenshi's largely based in real world science, right? And so I think the most likely explanation is that Kenshi is a mining colony or a moon, and they are quite a distance away from the main empire, right? The main spacefaring civilization that colonized this moon. And travel is one way, right? Like they send the colony out and it takes, I don't know, 50, 60 years to get here, or however many years, and the people that come here are like in cryo sleep, right? And so that would bring the possibility that the rebellion happened, and we're so far away from the main empire that it happened so quickly and so efficiently that the main empire never either was told and they just abandoned the colony, or that like it's just they're so far away that it's not worth the manpower to send a fleet out to retake this moon. They're just like, oh, it's an 80-year journey or 100-year journey to get there. The place is overrun. I think that it's probably not worth it to send out the fleet. We'll just abandon the colony. We'll abandon it out. It was a failed colony. I think that the issue is that the main empire is so far removed from Kenshi that the resources and tech needed to get here to take it back is not worth it to them. And so the colony was abandoned. Or it was one of those situations where they sent out a bunch of ships to a ton of different locations that are potentially viable for life. Maybe they colonized like 50 planets, right? Or 50, a combination of planets and moons across tons of different systems. And some of them were successful and they did great. And some of them didn't. But they don't have the technology or the ability to communicate betwixt one another, It's kind of something similar like that would have happened in... what is it? If anyone's seen the 100, perfect example of what happened in the 100. They sent out colony ships to several different planets. And I think the second to last season of the 100, they ended up going to one of those planets. Sorry if any spoilers. The show's been out for a while. I hope I didn't spoil it for anybody. But they ended up going to one of those planets. And, that planet had... like they sent out the colony there and they were living on that planet, but like there's no communication between Earth and that planet. They just were like, hey, you guys are the future of humanity. We're going to send you out, find life amongst the stars, and fingers crossed it works. If it doesn't, we're fucked. But it was kind of a last ditch effort. So I just think that there's no communication with the greater empire, or if there is communication with them, they deem that it's not worth it to send out. It's not worth the resources to send somebody out to try to recover this moon. It's just a lost cause. They gave up. They quit. They gave up. Not worth it. When did everyone start playing Kenshi? I started playing Kenshi in March of 20... Sorry, February, March of 2020. He was right around COVID. I started playing it when I was sick during COVID. I didn't have COVID, but I had been working retail at the time, and I had been forced to take a week off. I was an assistant store manager for a rather large retail chain that I don't want to name out loud because they're litigious and annoying, but for a very large, prominent retail chain that rhymes with Allmart. And I had been forced to take a week off. Oh no, boo me, because I had a really bad cough. And my friend John had been recommending Kenshi to me for quite some time at that point, for almost a year and a half, 2 years at that point. And I finally said, you know what, let's do it. And I bit the bullet and I bought the game. And in total honesty, the first time I played it, I fucking hated it. I fucking hated it. I didn't understand it. I didn't get it. I died like 6 times. I just, there was no tutorial, no walkthrough, no help, no guides, no nothing. But eventually, oh, and then when I finally did start to get everything and like how it worked, it just took for fucking ever. But eventually, I started to figure it out, and that's when I started to explore more. And then like 6 or 7 months later, I made my first lore video on Kenshi, and it was 5 years ago. Here we are. I started playing after watching Mathis Games starting his playthrough 7 years ago. Yeah, a lot of people started playing when there was one particular video by a gentleman whose name I do not remember that really popped off like 6 years ago. That really like popularized Kenshi in the modern day. Really popularized it. I think it's part of the experience that the first time you play Kenshi, you're lost and hate it. I think that's really part of the experience. Everybody I've ever talked to that like Kenshi's one of those funny things where like if you've played it, you love it. If you just started, you hate it, and then you love it. But if you haven't, like if you know about the game, you absolutely love it, right? If you don't know about the game, that like you either love it or you don't know it. It's not you love it or you hate it. It's you love it or you don't know that it exists. But it's really funny because there's always that like first 2 or 3 days when you play it where you just fucking hate it. But the story is always the same. I bought the game. I had never heard of it. I got it at the behest of a friend, or I saw it on YouTube. I played it. I hated it. And then all of a sudden, a week later, I've got 50 hours in it, and I don't even know what happened. Same story every time. Tale as old as time. Slayers are on the move. We are on the move. In short, it's Stellaris, but we are distant, long-destroyed colony while the main state is fighting another civilization. Yeah, I mean, they could be off amongst the stars doing big things, and they just were like, hey, we sent out 20 colonies, to spread the expanse of the Empire, but, the fingers crossed that it's doing. Hopefully the Empire is expanding, but, like, the thing about real space travel is until like things like warp drives and like the ability to circumvent the time-space dilemma where like moving through space has a finite speed, until you're able to like basically manipulate gravity to fold space in on itself and distort time and move faster than the speed of light by distorting that line, you're going to run into the issue where if you could have a colony that expands out beyond the stars, but there's a finite limit of which travel can happen. So, like, you're not even going to really know if your empire expands, across the galaxy or across the stars. You can only make the assumption that it did. I sent out 20 colonies. 10 of them might have survived. We don't actually know, though. It's kind of hard until you get into the realm where, like, again, you can start bending space-time. You can start manipulating and generating gravity to circumvent that issue of a maximum speed. Until that happens, you'll never even know. It's just Band of Bones. Hell yeah, hell yeah. We'll fight some Band of Bones. Fight break. We gotta take a break to kick the ass of some Band of Bones. Ha ha! Didn't even stand a chance. Didn't even stand a chance. I had to do it to him. I had to do it to him. Funny. Do any of them have... I do want to equip... Yeah, these. Okay, so I'm gonna put martial arts wraps on our guys. I think that is... It's kind of what is it? It doesn't actually do anything because again they're not martial artists and it doesn't add any protection. But I do think that it will kind of be a vibe that they're all, you know, their hands are wrapped, their torsos are wrapped, and they rock that that vibe. It's a vibe. There we go. Good stuff. Here's our guys right there. The dwarves, the slayers. What is it? For all we know, Earth could just be part of an expanding empire that just abandoned us. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. We have no idea. We don't know. It kind of falls into the same principle. We just don't know. We just don't know. Look at these guys. Badass. Badass. Alright, we're going to continue our journey north. This is the first time that we have been this far north since very early in the playthrough. Like, I think, like, episode 4. I think this was the last time that we've been this far north. Again, we've really stuck to that downward triangle for almost, like, 10 episodes now. Which is why I'm excited to head up north and start, you know, heading into the Cannibal Plains. Not Cannibal Plains, the Fog Islands and whatnot. Really big stuff, really good stuff. Really good stuff. The squishing of the ground here is unsettling, to say the least. I don't think I'm going to make it on 3 times speed. I got to be careful in the swamp, because crashing's a real fucking issue in the swamp. There's so much happening, and weather effects and all that stuff. I'm not actually concerned about it, but I just got to be careful. I'm trying to get out of here. It is very moist. The floor is very moist. Many squishes. Jesus Christ, that is windy. I have my headphones. It's a lot louder in my ears than, like, I think it is on Kenshi, and my lord, that got super loud. Any idea of the purpose of the cleanser units in the Ashlands? Oh yeah, that's pretty easy. The Ashlands were not always covered in ash. That's what they look like now because they haven't been maintained. Let me get out of this windy section and then I'll explain it. I'm having a hard time hearing myself think over the wind. Hopefully it's not that loud for you guys. My favorite race in Kenshi is the Shek. My favorite race and my favorite race and faction in Kenshi is the Shek Kingdom. I think the Shek is a really cool race. I think their design's really interesting and unique. The skeletons are number 2. It's ironic though that the Shek Kingdom and the Shek race are my favorite choice, given that I also think that they're completely fucked. Like, the Shek Kingdom has no hope of long-term survival. Like, quite literally 0. There's almost no chance. I think I've talked about it in like every stream so far in the last like 3 or 4 streams. I'm putting together a video with Pedestrophia talking about how the Shek are doomed, even if they are victorious in their war. They're doomed. Honorable, but I wouldn't even say they're honorable. I think their honor is close-minded. Their honor is unfortunately like... Their honor is detrimentally stupid. Like, the idea that dying in battle is better than securing long-term victory, and like even something as simple as like, I'm not even saying running away. I'm saying the idea that like you could fight in battle, right? You could fight in a battle and then survive, right? Not even run away, just survive. Get beat up, left to die, your whole squad dies, and you happen to live because the sword didn't fucking hit a major organ or something. And in the response to that is that you're considered cowardly. Like, how is that cowardly? If anything, my ass is tough. I'm tough. I took a sword blow. Everyone else in my unit died, and I didn't. That's how fucking tough I am. But they view that as cowardly, because dying in battle is like a major part of their doctrine. You know, that's what they want. They seek an honorable death in battle. I think that's stupid. But I do think that the race is cool, and like their warrior culture as a whole is cool. You know, maybe I'm just a sucker for the Saiyan pride, but you know, it is what it is. I think that they're cool for sure. I do think they're cool. I'm gonna avoid that fight. I don't see the need to get involved in that one. Okay, so let me get back to it. What was the purpose of the cleanser units in the Ashland? Okay, so let me break this down. During the First Empire, they were doing a shit ton of like industry. They had industry everywhere. The Deadlands was a massive mining operation for oil and all that kind of stuff. They were doing some massive mining and production there. Not a lot of production, mostly mining production there. The Floodlands was a huge source of mining. I'm not mining of industry and stuff. They were a very industrial civilization. Look at the ruins in the Ashlands. You know, they were superstructures. The point is that I'm trying to make is that they need a lot of power, a lot of energy, and that's why I think the capital of the First Empire was actually in the Ashlands as well, and they were utilizing the volcanoes in Sonaris Dark as a source of energy, like the thermal energy as a power source for their industrial machines. And so they had the cleanser units wandering what is now the Ashlands to make sure that the area that was their capital remained clear of smog, was breathable and cleansable, but they were still able to utilize its power. Unfortunately, in the time since then, the area has, you know, like fallen into disarray. There's no one, like there's not as many cleanser units, so the area has begun to fall apart. Okay, I really need to get out of this wind because it's so fucking loud in my ears. I can't hear anything. Oh shit! There's actually a raid headed towards Garzumi Keep. They're gonna get their ass kicked. Don't you worry about that. But there's actually a raid headed to Garzumi Keep. I don't think they're actually gonna fucking make it. Is that's them? Okay, so I'll have to keep an eye on that. I may have to pop back over there at some point in the future. But yeah, there's actually someone trying to head towards Garzumi Keep to raid it. It's not gonna work. Let me be clear. It's not going to work. They are going to die. But I'm genuinely surprised. That's the first time the base has ever actually had a raid headed towards it. I am genuinely shocked. Genuinely shocked. For you people. Gardening trader? No, fine on that. Yeah, that wind, man. Oof. Again, I hope it's not as loud for you guys as it is for me, because it is loud. I have limiters on OBS to decrease the sound of the game for you guys, so it's not quite as, like, it's not overpowering me, but for me, oof, it is loud. I don't know. I've seen they ignore obstacles in terrain until they get close to areas that are currently undergoing that are currently generated. So like areas that I have people at. So once they get about here, I think they're gonna get plucked off by beak things. Okay, I'm glad to hear that it's not too bad for you guys. That was a concern of mine because it's fucking loud. Okay. We are almost to the Fog Islands, everybody. We're almost there. Again, longest... this is the first time we've been north in almost 10 episodes. I'm trying to conserve my strength in terms of, like, my fighting capabilities until we get closer. How are we doing on food? All right, we're looking good. We're looking good. That's also always something that I have to be mindful of is our food and whatnot. Oh, Triangle Bandits. All right, let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go, Triangle Bandits. Finish them off. Just absolutely got them. Ruin them. We are the Slayers. Hell yeah. Get him, Tiny. Tiny's gonna turn you to putty. Hell yeah. Gonna be taking damage. Barely any damage taken, too, which bodes well for us in the long run. And we can actually rest up here, too, just to recover that damage. Not that I'm really concerned about it, but I'd rather be safe than sorry and rest up before we head into the Foglands. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Our Slayers have wiped out the camp. How's everybody doing in terms of damage here, like the enemies? Yeah, a lot of them are going to bleed out, too, which is good. Good, 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 good. It might be on your end, because I'm not seeing any dip in performance on my end. I haven't seen any, like, stutters. Do let me know if it is if it's buffering on multiple people's end. It may be internet. I was gonna say my OBS says it's running clean though. It may be your internet, unfortunately. That does happen on occasion because I'm streaming in 1080p, which it does unfortunately make it more taxing on your internet connection for people that are viewing. But if I don't do that, then the words are then like the words and stuff on screen get really not good looking. They get super like muddled and gross looking. The first couple streams I did upon coming back to streaming, I did in 720, and it was just super super foggy, and I couldn't, in good conscience, keep it that way. So I bumped it up to 1080. Yep, that'll do it. Downrating end roll, that'll do it. That'll do it. Is that a lone Shek? Well, I think you know what we have to do because we are our dwarves are anti-Shek. These are our darkspawn. All right. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay. So now we need to rest up. We need to rest up. I'm gonna keep a couple of our dwarves awake. So Red, you can stay awake because you're in decent shape, and you can kind of watch over the rest of them. Red, you're on guard duty. Red's on guard duty. Yeah, downloading Enderroll while you're watching the stream, that'll do it. That'll do it for sure. What mods give those Konobo-style weapons? Offhand, I'm not certain. You would have to check my load order, which if you check in the description of this stream, you can see the collection of mods that I use. On Steam, I have it set up on a collection, so you can just download, like, one-click download all of the mods, or you can cherry pick through and pick the ones you want. But it's in the description. Not Kenshi related, but what's a good, decent, dedicated microphone for gaming or streaming, preferably beginner friendly? I use a Blue Yeti. It's like $100. I got it for like $100 at a Target. I use Blue Yeti. I think it's solid. I've had good experience with it. It's got decent noise reduction. Doesn't crack too much. I like it. I've had very good experience with it, so that would be my recommendation. At least for a beginner one. Eventually, I want to get a dedicated one that uses an audio cable instead of a USB. But if you're just looking for a good beginner one, get a Blue Yeti. It's probably one of the better USB mics that you can get. At least in my experience. I could be absolutely, like restarted and have no idea what I'm talking about. I said restarted, by the way, because that's I used to say the other word, but I'm trying to stop that because it's not appropriate and I shouldn't use it. It's not correct anymore, so I say restarted instead to try to weed myself off of it. Also, I don't want my kids saying it because for the same reason. But I grew up in the early 2000s, so I got to break my bad habits. I try to be a good example. So gotta switch up the language. Yeah. It's not appropriate. It's not a nice thing to say. I'm trying to do better for the kids. Trying to do better. Gotta set a good example. All right, we are almost, we're healed up. We're all healed up, and we're back on our journey to the Fogman Isles. To the Fog Islands. Yep. Yeah, no, like I said, I've always had really good experience with my Blue Yeti. I got it a couple of years ago to replace my old mic. And even in the difference between, like, say, if you look at my first lore video versus my most recent, you'll hear the difference between my original mic, which was just like some really shitty one that I bought for like off Amazon for like $25, versus my Blue Yeti. It's like $100. Um, and it's night and day difference. Night and day difference. That, and I've gotten better at audio editing. And you're welcome, Clem. Again, it's mostly I do it off stream. I do say it the way that I just said it off stream too. When I was a younger, I used to say that stuff a lot because again, I grew up in the 2000s. Um, what was acceptable language and stuff was different. It was, it was just it was wildly accepted to say certain words that it's not appropriate now. I'm also a grown up and have kids of my own, and now I know that it's not okay. And I don't want them to use the same language. So even off stream, I try to say it. I use like alternative words to indicate how I am feeling and try to break the habit, but also not say them outwardly because it's not appropriate. So, it's like my it's like my way of trying to break the habit by turning the word into something else. Yeah, it's tough, you know. We byproduct of a different era. You got to change with the times, though. Times are different now. It's not the '90s anymore. It's not the 2000s anymore. And well, I think some things can be maybe a little overly policed. I get that one, you know. And I get some of the other ones too. Uh, I just think in general we should just try to be nice to each other and use better language, and be nice to each other. So that's all. But the only reason I said it this time was because the only reason that I said like even my alternative was because I started to say it and then I was like, I don't want someone to be like, he was about to say something else. Now this is what I was going to say. Might as well just follow through with it, you know. So, um, yeah. Is there a way to unplace buildings with a Shift F12 when Shift F12ing? I mean, once you place it, you can just once you place it, you can deconstruct it. Like with disassembly, provided that it's in your territory. And then in order to make it in your, I'm actually going to do it, but not what I wanted. No, stop. Shift F12. There we go. Once you if you place down a bunch of buildings and then you click on them and it doesn't say that it's part of your town or your outpost in the bottom, click town placement, go all the way to the bottom, click your outpost, drag it to the center of your outpost, and then place the statue down, and it will make everything inside that circle belong to you, and then you can disassemble it. And then I would save it and reload immediately. Exactly that. It was a different time, and you know, it was. I won't say that it was okay back then, but it was accepted back then, and because it was accepted, people did it more often. It's not accepted anymore, and it was never okay. But now, like again, I'm almost 30 and I have kids. I try to be smarter. I try to be better. I want to set a good example. So, I don't want to hurt anyone or make anyone feel unwelcome or anything like that. Just trying to be better. It was a different time. There's some things I miss, there's some things I don't. Who are you? You are Starving Bandits? Not even worth my time. Alright, we are officially about to enter the Fog Islands, everybody. We are officially entering the Fog Islands. About to go down. About to get real. They're right there. You see that? You see those glossy, foggy areas? All right. Well, so this is cool because we're going to go into the Fog Islands. We have 3 stops to make. The first stop that I want to make is Mongrel. We're going to get Beep. After we go to Mongrel and get Beep, our next stop is the Dawn Guard over here on the right. And then after we go to the Dawn Guard and get good relations with them, we're going to move, actually, Mongrel, then Armor for Tiny Kong, then Dawn Guard. But yeah, so we're moving in. We're moving in. We're officially entering the Fog Islands. We're ready. My body is ready. We'll see if our dwarves can survive. I'm sure they'll be fine. These are our slayers, our elite warriors. I'm also going to take the opportunity real quick, since we just arrived here, to see where the enemies are in relation. Okay, so the Siege of Garzumi Keep is about to happen, actually, too. So I'm actually going to park the dwarves really fast right here. I'm going to put them on hold. I'm going to save it, because switching back and forth this far across the map might cause a crash. And I'm going to jump back to Garzumi Keep. And we're gonna take just a couple of minutes to prepare for the siege. They are coming. I don't know how many there are, but they are coming. Do we have any more turrets? All right, here's what we're gonna do. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Set all of you guys to sneak. Fantastic. They have no sneak, but we'll set them to sneak anyway. I'm gonna take some of our less prepared dwarves here. Everybody get off your jobs. Take some of our less prepared dwarves here, and I'm going to move them up to the turrets here and get the turrets ready. So Flick, Taco, you guys are going to go up and hop on turrets. I'm also going to open the gates, and I'm going to put our 2 golems out here to guard the front gate. Fingers crossed that they come through the front and they don't try to siege through the back. I do think they're going to try and go through the front gate, though. This is our first siege on Garzumi Keep, everybody. This is a big fucking episode. Not only are we traveling outside of the base for the first time, and like really traveling outside the base for the first time in a long time, but we are also about to experience our first raid in like, I mean, ever. Yeah, so we're gonna set them right there. We're gonna put them to hold. We're gonna post up, get some guys on turrets. Do we have any other weak dwarves? I'm gonna have to put all of our industrial dwarves into the keep for safe keeping. So we're gonna have all of them funnel into the keep. I don't want them getting hurt. Hell yeah! All right, we're going in. Same thing with you guys. Jobs, head in. Everybody move. We are on red alert. They're a-coming. They're a-coming. King, Stream, Izzy. Yeah, King, Stream, Izzy, Ridley, Prames, Dune, Cat. All of you guys head up to the front. Everybody else, Sand, what are you doing? Sand, you need to go in here. No, Sand, you're on turret duty, actually. You're up here. Your job is to take the turret. Yeah. Dead Tree, what are you doing? No. Getting food? No, you don't need to worry about food. Right now you need to get your ass in there and take shelter. I am glad that you're enjoying the build menu. A lot of people are really afraid to use it, and it's really unfortunate that so many people are afraid to use it. That's one of the things I really wanted to kind of like deal with on the channel, is that there's such a fear of using the build menu that I never quite understood. Because like you can do damage and you can like potentially break your saves in your games, but like because of that, especially when I started doing it originally, there was a really good portion of the community that got really mad at me for doing it. They said that I was potentially breaking people's games, and that I was being dangerous. But like I've used the Shift F12 menu for years to do stuff, and I've never broken my game beyond repair. I've never even really broken my game at all. Couple minor bugs. I think I had one time that I couldn't fix something that I had done wrong, but like that's it. And so I started making these videos teaching people how to do and use that menu, the Shift F12, because I wanted to like decrease the fear of people using it. I wanted people to become more comfortable using it, and I wanted to teach them how to do it safely. And there was a good portion of the community that were really pissed off at me for doing it. Thankfully, in recent years, that has gone down because spoilers, I haven't broken anyone's game. But there was a good amount of the community that were really upset with me for doing it. Um, so that was always unfortunate. But as long as you do so safely, as long as you not to be the guy, but as long as you follow my fucking instructions, and do what I show you in my videos, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You don't have to worry about your game breaking. You will be fine. There they are. There they are. Triangle bandits. Oh boy. They took the long way around, but they're a coming. They're a coming. Oh, this is gonna be fire. This is our first ever siege, guys. Not a big one. It's not a big one, but it is our first ever siege, and I am excited about it. I am also excited to see how our turrets hold up on this. We've got 4 turrets. They're all auto harpoon turrets. So we should get some really good fire. Downside is almost everybody on those turrets has like no fucking skills, so it's not going to be very great in that regard. But it's happening. Oof, it's happening. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. The plan is that I'm going to get these guys arranged in such a way that they can hold it. So I'm going to put King Vishu in the front lines with Stream right. Actually, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put Stream in the front. I'm going to put King Vishu in the back. I'm going to put him in the back. I'm going to have all of these guys on hold. Their whole thing is they're going to hold. And then I'm going to put Rusty, Izzy, Ridley, James, Dune, all of you guys right here. And that way when they come in, it will kind of, they'll spread out a bit. Oop, the firing has started. It's begun. It has begun. The fighting has begun. I'm so fucking giddy about this. This is my favorite thing ever. I want to see the Battle of the Bridge, baby. The Battle of the Bridge. Will they even make it? I don't think so. I think it's going to be game over before it even really begins. There is a bunch of them still swimming in. You can see them in the water up here. Yeah. I don't even think they're going to make it past. We are taking some damage, but it's really not bad. Our turrets are doing their job. Yeah. Nope, they're going to run off, pansy asses. Flee! Flee, you cowards! Hell yeah. Flee. Run away. Run away. Hell yeah. We did it. We did it. By God, we did it. Listen, it wasn't the most exciting first siege, but it was our first siege, and I'm glad to. I'm so super excited in the future to see, what is it? A horde of like 300 UC or 300 Shek or Holy Nation running across this bridge, and then the Battle of the Bridge really begins. But I'll count it as a win. I think that was badass. I'm stoked. I'm good with it. Hell yeah, winning. And we have a good defensive plan. We have a good defensive plan for that. It worked out really well. Sand, you can get down here, and everybody else can return to work. Everybody can return to work. Hell yeah. That was fire. In the future, like I said, I have squad sizes turned up. Future raids are going to be huge. Hundreds of enemies coming through here. It's going to be fire. We're going to save it. That was badass. Considering it was so small, I shouldn't be as elated as I am, but God, I was so excited to see how our plan would work out. We got, people up on the walls. We got all that stuff. It was good. It was good. I'm stoked. And now they're fleeing like cowards. Back to the Slayers. All right, we are back on our journey of self-discovery. Yeah, all right. Into the Fog Islands. Into the Fog Islands. Don't worry, Cole. The raid never even made it past the bridge. They didn't even make it past the bridge. It was a small one. It was a small one. Later raids will be much more significant, especially when we start pissing off the big three, the Shek, the Holy Nation, the United Cities. Those are going to be the raids that really test us. They never even made it into the agricultural district. We got Dawn Guard up here. Hell yeah. Got some Dawn Guard up here. Maybe you guys will get a chance to see what the armored gorillas look like. Although I think they only have dogs in this one. Over up here. Yeah, yeah. But you guys can take a look at the Dawn Guard. And I think this is the armor I'm going to outfit our Slayers in. Specifically, well, none of them have the one with the pauldrons. These are all light armors. But yeah, I think this is the armor that our Slayers are going to be outfitted in. And I'm not sure. I'm not certain yet. Not totally certain yet. But either way, we need to head up towards Mongrel. That is where we are headed. Hello, we're sitting at 30 viewers. Things are going very, very well. I'm excited about it. Yeah, fingers crossed we get some more people in here. Like I said, my goal is, as always, to break our all-time record. Our current standing record for concurrent viewers is 78, and that was last Thursday. So we'll see. Maybe tonight's the night. Maybe towards the end we'll start to really get a big ramp up. Last time I think it was like somewhere between 10:30 and 11 p.m. my time. All of a sudden we just started shooting up. But we're sitting at 30 people right now. Very satisfied number. 20, hovering between 29 and 35. So really good stuff. All right, we're continuing in Fog Islands. If we see any Fog Princes, we'll take them out. I also have Praetorians on because I have the Fogman Expanded mod on as well. So we'll take them. We are here in part to hunt Fog Princes and Fogmen. I have that in mind because I'm going to use that as the way to finance our situation. Because when we attack the Flats Lagoon, I need money so that we can kidnap some of the tech hunters after the battle is over and forcibly recruit them and conscript them into our army. So then we can march the entire army north to start attacking the Shek. Because my goal is that within the next 3 or 4 episodes, we will be set and ready to begin marching on the first of the major factions we're going to attack, which is the Shek. So we are almost there. I'm currently working on training up a squad of heavy weapon-wielding women called the Final Thoughts. That's really fucking funny. That's really fucking funny. That's really funny. Cole, I don't know if you saw this, but you're in the Slayers. I don't know if you saw that. You're in the Slayers. You, Red, and Dustin are in the Slayers. Right, we are continuing. We're moving out. We're moving out. Oh, one of the Dawn Guard camps got wiped out. The cool thing about the Dawn Guard mod is it turns the Fog Isles into a full... it's basically constant war between the Fogmen and the Dawn Guard. So, like, they're constantly fighting each other. This armor, this is what I'm thinking about putting the Slayers in. I think that would be really cool for them. Let me know your guys' opinions, but I think that our elite unit decked out in like this armor. It's a lighter armor than what the main military is wearing, which I think is a good fit for the Slayers. And then obviously I'll keep the helmets off because I think that defeats it. Or do you guys think that I should keep them in like with the shirtless, like Warhammer Slayer vibe? Let me know. Let me know. I love your opinions. Love your opinions down below. We're going to go up, and I think we're going to assist these guys if they need. Oh no, they're crushing it. They're crushing it. We're just gonna loaf on past them. Later, boys. I'll go right past them. I go through so much water when I'm streaming, my lord. Yeah, no, it's literally the Dawn Guard. I wasn't kidding. Wait till you see what I'm about to put on on Tiny Kong here. It's gonna be fire. You're gonna be blown away. I've been what is it? I've been hyping this armor up, this gorilla armor for like 5 episodes now, and I'm finally in a position where I can show you guys. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go there first. We're gonna go up and get gorilla armor before we do anything. That Dawn Guard drip is fire. It's fire. It's really fire. And then, honestly, I could replace Grimdark's shield with the Dawn Guard shield and feel less bad because one, it's little bit smaller, but also like it's got that elite feel. It's got that elite feel. They're lightly armored dwarves in comparison to the heavily armored dwarves that are standard in our military. And oh, we may have God damn it. Okay, there we go. We may have conflict here. We'll see if they can keep up. Get out from underneath that debris. Actually, I think we can outpace them for right now. I'm not going to try to waste time on these small fry here. Oh, you know what? It's happening. All right, we're going to first assault. Start cutting them down. Move, Slayers, move. What's Red doing? Oh, yeah. Absolute massacre. They don't even stand a fucking chance. Absolute massacre. Hell yeah. They didn't even stand a chance. I had to do it to them. Alright, let's group up and heal up any damage that was done. A little bit of damage, but nothing terrible. We should be able to get up here and get the stuff we need. We can also heal up at the Dawn Guard. One of the Dawn Guard encampments. We're not only going to get armor for Tiny Kong here, but we're actually going to get some armored gorillas as well. Some like smaller, normal-sized ones. I've also got a mod on that changes the color of blood for various races. So hivers are normal hivers. Western hive bleeds yellow. Humans bleed red. Shek bleed purple. Fogmen bleed blue. And Southern hive bleeds like red or pink, I believe, or purple is one of the two. I don't know. One of those. I don't know. But every race has different different blood from one of the mods that I have on. It's not, it doesn't really add anything to the game. I just think that it's cool. It's like a cool visual thing. Hell yeah, we're moving. We are moving, and we've avoided trouble in here, other than that one little spat. But to be honest, we're not doing too terrible whatsoever. Yeah, it helps differentiate in combat. So, like, if I get surrounded by, like, Shek and I'm, my dwarves, I can tell by looking at all the blood on the ground who's really getting their ass kicked. Is it me or is it them? Oh, and skeletons bleed black because it's oil. They're bleeding oil. Oh, wait, do we got a fog prince here? I think we do. Or at least the heavies, which means the prince is probably not far ahead. Yeah, you know what? Let's try our hand against these heavies. Hell yeah. We're gonna drop them. We're gonna drop them. They don't stand a chance. I had to do it to them. Limbs everywhere. My God. Hell yeah. Alright, so the cool thing about the Hiver Expanded mod is not only do they, does it add the Praetorians, but also it allows me to take the heads of even the soldiers and the like lesser Hivers, and they just sell for a little bit less. But I could take the heads from all of the heavies too and use those for money as well. So great opportunity for revenue collections, just farming out the heavies too. The gorillas eat limbs like dogs. Yeah, they do. They do. They also can eat normal food as well, which is why I have Kenshi here rationed out up the yin-yang with ration packs, meat wraps, food cubes, all that stuff. Do you guys actively try to save the Holy Nation outcasts who are caught by the Fogman or let them die off? I usually let them die off. Not because I like have anything against them, but because like I'm not going to risk my neck for fucking a Holy Nation outcast. Like they have low stats. They're not going to benefit me at all. If I'm trying to do some active recruitment, sometimes I save them, but more often than not, I leave them there. Or yeah, I'll leave them on the post to bait Fogman Princes, because that's a solid tactic. It's better than sticking my own guys on there and using them as bait, which I have done before as well, but I tend to try and avoid doing that if I can. Okay, so we can sell these heads to this guy. And then... Alright, sell animal bags, yes. Alright, so we're going to sell the heads to him. Oh, shit. Okay, well, we can get the armor, that's fine. Gorilla armor, hell yeah. Alright, are you guys ready? I'm so fucking stoked. I've been hyping this up for so long. Okay. Grim, get over here. Trade with Tiny Kong. This is going to be magnificent. This is going to be magnificent. Look at this fucking armored lad. Look at it. Look at him. Oh my god, he's so badass. He's so badass. Was it worth it? I've only been hyping this armor up for like 5 consecutive episodes. Was it worth it? Oh my god, it's so fucking cool. And I'm going to get a bunch of little gorillas too that are decked out in the same thing. All right. I need money though, so I might have to go to Mongrel before I can grab them because they cost like 4,000 a piece. Yeah, 4,600 a piece. I don't even think I have enough to buy one. I have enough to buy maybe one of them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get money. I'm gonna remove the Dawn Guard portion and just put armored gorilla. They're armored gorillas. I'm not gonna bother naming all of them. They are our one of our front lines. I mean, look at these fucking things. They're so cool. So cool. So we're going to come back and we're going to end up buying more. I'm going to actually leave this gorilla here because he is too little and I don't want him to get hurt quite yet. What are the stats on the armor itself? I don't know, actually. They give +4 to combat skills and they decrease speed, dodge, and stealth, which none of that stuff really matters too much. Combat speed a bit, but +4 to combat skills, which on Tiny Kong here puts him at 114 attack. I would, but so the problem is that I can't sell another head to this vendor because he doesn't have enough money to buy it. So I have to go to Mongrel to sell the head, and then I will be able to like afford to buy more. So, but that's okay. Magnificent things are happening. Now, we are going to be moving slower because this dude... Actually, you know what? We're going to have Dustine here pick up this tiny gorilla. And we're going to make our way towards Mongrel so we can start to sell. If we find any Fog Princes on the way, we'll butcher them, grab some heads. We're going to get as much money as we can. And then before we leave, obviously we're going to get beat. We're going to come back up here and grab as many gorillas as we can, and we're going to carry them all the way back to our base. And then we will be have our gorilla army with Tiny here at the front. But, like, oh my god, he's so fucking cool. Look at him. He's fully chatted out. Imagine fighting this dude. He's fully chatted out. My lord. Magnificent. I'm too excited about this. I'm too excited. I've only been hyping this armor for 5 episodes, I think. 5 or 6 episodes now. I sent 5 recruits to Rebirth, played for 20 hours. When I look back at them, they all had 30 strength and 40 athletics. Yeah, they, yeah, I mean, you'll definitely build up strays. Is that a Praetorian? Is that a Praetorian? Sometimes the best thing with being when you're enslaved is just to bide your time. That is a Praetorian. All right, we're going to war. We need to get that sweet, succulent money. There it is. Attack the target. And then attack all. Take out as many as we can. Gather up their heads. Hell yeah. Alright, you come over here. Grimdark, you're in collection duty right now. Obviously, we want to aim for princes, but Praetorians are even better. We just got to be careful with them because they are, they're tough. They're really tough. Prince's head sell for 6,000. Praetorian Rose sells for 9,600. So we'll obviously want to prioritize the Praetorian Row if we find them. And then the normal Fog Heavy sell for 1,200, and the normal Fogman heads sell for like 240, so we're not even going to bother touching those. But I am going to grab as many of these heavy heads as I can, because when we get over to Mongrel, we're going to grab those. I also need to remember while we're out to grab a left arm to give to Cat, because Cat has been without a left arm for, I think, like 100 days now. So we're going to need to get him fixed up as well. We're doing pretty well, actually. We're not really taking much damage. We're cutting through without an issue. I mean, we're moving well. We're moving really well. Really, really well. Good spot for training. Our slayers are doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is slaying it. They're slaying. They slay. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. And then I don't think any of these guys are going to move fast enough to actually hit us, but just in case, we are going to have to fight our way through. I don't see any realm in which we don't. Keep stopping to fight. We got to go get Beep, too. He's the only non-Greenlander, the only non-human that we're taking, because even though I can't turn him into an actual, like into a dwarf like I can with the humans, it's Beep, and I can't not take Beep. He's iconic. So we're gonna go grab Beep too, and we're gonna get him decked out in dwarven equipment. Beep he's a cinnamon bun. He's a cinnamon bun. I can't not take him. We may have to stop here in a second to finish these guys up. Yeah. Just butcher him. Oh, wait. That's a prince. Take him down. We're gonna have to attack all. Oop, Cole is down. Okay. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. I think he just got whacked is all. Where'd that prince go down? Was that him? That's him. Head over and collect. I'm gonna make Beep, and I'm honestly, I think I'm gonna build Beep up to be a Slayer, to be one of our Slayers. Just because I think it's fitting. It's Beep, for God's sakes, Beep the Slayer. Yeah, no, you're good, buddy. The what is it? The toughness on the Slayers is in the 50s and 60s usually. In the 40s, so like they'll get back up from most injuries without issue. Even if they get knocked down, they get up again. You're never going to keep them down. Let's heal up real fast. Beep's going to be the Slayer. He's going to be a badass, for sure. He's going to be the Slayer. Okay. Continue our trek to Mongrel, because again, I mean, we're killing it. Once we're in Mongrel, we can rest up, too. I just got to avoid tech hunters. But I don't think I'm going to have a huge issue with them. Again, I just got to avoid tech hunters. Hopefully I don't have a huge issue with... in Mongrel. That would be really annoying to have come all this way, only to get absolutely murdered upon entering. But we will see. We're almost there to the gate, so I'm not even going to bother stopping for these guys. They're just normal fogmen anyway, but we've got a ton of heads that we can sell. Worst case, we'll have our guys sit right outside of Mongrel, but again, I think we should be fine. Our issues with the tech hunters shouldn't carry over here. They have the shinobi guards should be fine with us. Plus, we're allies with the shinobi thieves. So, absolute worst case, the shinobi thieves will help us in battle. Alright, we are officially in Mongrel, so I'm going to take this opportunity to rest up. I'm going to have many of my guys go in here and rest up with the shinobi thieves. We're gonna get Agnew too, and Agnew's gonna probably be in our in our crossbow corps, in our archery corps. And then we'll send Dustine up here as well. I need actually Dustine to drop you, and then we'll have Dustine go up and rest. Well, our king, not king. Well, Lord Grimdark goes and sells off these. Sells off this equipment here and finds Beep. We just gotta look for the Beep. Find it eventually. Look for the random Beep. We'll see it eventually. Unless, of course, the Fogman got to him. It's been 140 days in this game. He may have already been got, which would be most unfortunate. But it does happen sometimes where Beep is already gone. I'm going to hope that's not the case, but there's always a chance that it is. There is always a chance that Beep got. And in here, I'm going to sell my heads, though. Good business. All right, let's see how much we netted from that. That first excursion in the fog just netted us 40,000, which is good because we're going to go back and we're going to buy all of those gorillas, and we're going to carry them back. Carry them back to the base. Garzumi Keep is going to be defended by gorillas and constructs. I gotta crack my neck's up fierce. All right. Where are you, Beep? Come on, buddy. You're around here somewhere. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Come on. I am worried that he's gone. I am worried that he is gone. If he is, as upsetting as it sounds, if he is gone, I still don't think I'm going to do a full import, just to preserve the save. But it would be unfortunate, that is for sure. But we're going to keep looking. Sometimes it takes a minute for him to come out, pop up. Haven't seen it yet, though. Has anybody seen a beep? Is it just me? Has anybody seen a beep yet? Anybody say beep? Anything like that? I'm getting genuinely concerned. Genuine concern. Oh, wait. There he is. There he is. I got him. Ha ha! Hell yeah. I beep. Yes. You taking the piss? Think you are? Hell yeah. Welcome to the team. We have officially gotten beep. There is a fix for the reshade making the UI transparent. Hold on, I'll show you. Let me save it just in case. Every time I open up these menus, things get wonky. Alright, Shift F11. On the reshade menu, you're going to want to make sure that you have the UI mask top, and you're going to want to have it placed at the top of your load order for your reshade. And then you're going to want to have the UI mask bottom, and you're going to have it at the bottom of the load order. Turn them both on, and it will fix the transparency on your reshade. So hopefully that helps. James, it was nice seeing you. Thank you, sir, for popping in, as always. I'm always happy to have you here. Beep, we got to get you a badass weapon is what we need to do. So we're going to have to wait till morning at the very least, and we're going to get Beep decked out in some badass equipment. Yeah. Things have happened. I am stoked. Everybody's still doing their jobs. Everybody's still moving. It's good. All right, so I need you two to get back over here, though, because we need to get you guys rested up. How are you guys doing? Everybody get up here. How's Red doing? Red's fully healed, so Grimdark's going to take your place. And then I'm going to have Beep actually start his training. It's not going to be crazy effective, but I'm going to have him start his training. Yeah. These are only level 5 training meds, but at least get him above an attack skill of 0. It's going to be a long road for Beep, but we are going to get him built up. He is going to be a badass. It's just going to take some time. Getting his limbs ripped off would obviously help, but we got to be careful because we don't want to damage our cinnamon bun. Honey Kong, how you doing? Ah, God, this gorilla is going to get bigger too. Obviously, he's a pup right now, so he's not even a full-size gorilla. So he'll get bigger. But Tiny's obviously much bigger because he's, you know, the alpha, the great white gorilla. But yeah, oh my god, this troll armor is so fucking good. It just works so well on the gorillas. Like, it really looks like it was made for them. Playing Kenshi, watching Kenshi, talking about Kenshi. Yeah, I mean, that's what we do here. We play Kenshi, we talk about Kenshi, we do Kenshi things. Kenshi. We do other things sometimes too, but it's mostly Kenshi. It's mostly Kenshi. Yeah, I mean, he's literally wearing a bus. He's a bus. He's a tank. He's a literal tank. We're gonna go buy Beep a badass weapon, something unique to him. I haven't decided how I want him to be kitted out yet, but we need to get him a badass weapon, something that is good for him. He's gonna be one of the Slayers, so I'm thinking something heavy. Something to really emphasize that he is one of us. One of the Slayers. I'm thinking maybe a foreign greatsword. That could be badass. Is there a higher quality one here? Or is there a blueprint that I can buy so when we get back to the base I can make him one? Be a better idea. Cleavers, moon cleaver, flesh eye, I already know that. Exotic weapons, foreign saber, ninja blades, long cleaver, axe, big mace. I just want the Nagitanas, ring saber, hunting saber. Hey man, give me something good. Heavy weapons, moon sickle, hoppers, cool weapons. Short cleaver, back saber, full arm. Nope. Nope. Ah, god damn it. Okay, well we're just gonna have to buy him a really good one then. We're not gonna be able to make him one. Maybe I'll buy him an industrial blade. That would be badass. Just a really big fucking industrial blade. It's a massive katana. I want to give him something that really, like, because he's part of the Slayers, right? So I want to give him a heavy weapon, but I want it to be a really good one. And I'm thinking this foreign greatsword here, really big, got a good looking shape on it, and it'll be tight. It'll be good. It'll be really good. But I need a little bit more money to do that. So we're gonna have to go back out into the fog, which is fine because Beep can hang out back here with the like with the baby gorilla for right now. While we do that, I also need to remember before we officially leave Mongrel, that I need to uh get an arm for Cat because again, Cat's been without an arm for quite some time, and that's not fair. All right, I think we are. Oh, Cole's still healing. Yeah, so Cole is still here. Yeah, I think we're almost ready to go back out into the fog. Almost ready to go back out into the fog. And then the tiny gorilla and Beep will stay here. I'll have them actually crash, or at least have Beep crash in the in here. And I'll have him work on his attack. I'll have him work on just a bunch of random miscellaneous skills. Are these traders? Yeah, what do we have to buy here? Let's trade. Get some gear on him as well. Beep is probably going to be armored slightly different than our Slayers just because he is Beep. So I'm going to put him in martial arts wraps, firstly, just to, you know, protect his baddie a little bit. And then what else can we do? Is there any legs in here that I think are worth purchasing? No. If not with the Shinobi Thieves, then maybe I'm going to have him go up to the armor, and we're going to grab some armor up in here. Yeah, we're going to get Beep a Buster Sword. He's going to be balling for Beep. The only non-dwarf of Garzumi Keep. Okay, so let's get some equipment for Beep. Again, I need to armor him up just a little bit because he is more fragile being a hiver. So I am going to armor him up a little bit more than I would the other Slayers, but that's okay. He's an honorary Slayer, so it works. We're going to put him in plate pants. And I think Talon armor would be good, but I got to get one of decent quality that I think is worthy of Beep. That's actually not bad. It's actually not bad. There's another one though. I think there's one that has a better better look. Ooh, we could put him in assassin armor. That's pretty tight. Really fit the vibe though. Doesn't really fit the vibe though. Maybe I'll just wait until we get back to Garzumi Keep and I'll make him something. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll wait till we get back to the keep and I'll just make him something. In the interim though, yeah, we'll just keep him. We'll keep him the way he is. We'll give him the wrapping just for the sake of getting him a little bit of extra protection and martial arts. And we'll keep him back here until we get him a Buster Sword. Cole, how are you doing? How are you healing up? We're gonna put him on 3 times so Cole can heal up a little bit faster. Save it too. Save on my emergency. All right, cool. Cool. I think Cole's healed up enough that we can head out. Kenshi. All right, all of you guys head over this way, and we're gonna go hunt some more Bogmen for sure. My hope is that we might find a couple of Dawn Guard that maybe didn't survive a recent encounter, and we can kind of pilfer some of their armor and decide how we want to do this from there. But there is some death yards around that I can loot. That is a Gorillo for the Dawn Guard, and he is stuck? Question mark. I don't know. He's doing something. He's doing something. We get a bunch of them though. They're going to be instrumental in our future endeavors. Oh yeah. This is what that pup that we bought, this is what they're all going to look like when they're fully grown. I mean, they're huge. They're not quite as big as Tiny, obviously, but they're still pretty fucking big. And we're going to have a good number of them. So, it's going to be a good time. All right, down into the death yards. Good. I'm going to put you guys on hold because I don't want you guys to be chasing enemies. That is not the vibe here. Chasing enemies down in the Fog Islands is a death sentence. Don't do it. Stupid move. You will die. That's a good way to get separated and moidaloitered. The death yard over here. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna lure a Fogman over here. We're gonna kill the Fogman. And then we're going to throw him up on one of these poles to lure in a prince. Because that's how... Once you put somebody on these poles, it triggers the princes to start heading over this way. So I'm going to send Grimdark out to find a corpse that we can use. Right here. Oh, a couple of heavies, too. Cool. Loot their bodies. Loot the bodies. Yeah, alright, so we're going to loot these bodies, and then we're going to pick one of them up and throw them on a pole. Fogmen take forever to die, too, my lord. Like, I feel like sometimes I'm just hacking away at them, and they just refuse to die. Dawn Guard do the work here. We're just going to pick up the remains. If I have to send someone over to help, I will, but I think we should be fine. This Dawn Guard here. Oh, no. He's down. He is downed. Okay. I'm gonna send Tiny over. He's the least likely to take any real long-term damage here. Tiny, come get him. Not that I think Grimdark can't take it, but on the off chance that he falls, I don't need him getting carried off, so we're going to send Tiny over here. Oh, yeah, he went down. Okay, we're going to have to send some more over. Send the full brigade. Full brigade. Full brigade. You guys need to pick Grimdark up. First aid his ass right now. First aid him right now. And then we're going to have Red pick up Grimdark because I don't think I've seen her go down fucking one time. She's kind of an animal. kind of an animal. Where's that prince at? There was a prince around here that got clapped. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Red, kick his ass. Hell yeah. Okay. Throw that head in the inventory. Hell yeah. We're making gains. We're making moves. And once we get some money, we get our gorillas, we get back there, we get back to Garzumi Keep, we'll start prepping for our attack on Flats Lagoon. First things first, we need to pick up all of these heads that we missed. There's a bunch. Not that we missed them, but we didn't get a chance to pick them up before. Grimdark went down. Couple more. Just gotta look for the ones that don't say dead. Once you remove the heads, it kills them. So we just gotta find the ones that don't have heads. I mean, that do have heads. Excuse me. Oy vey. That guy right there. He still got a head, and now he doesn't. And then down here, how many of these guys still have heads? I think all of them are dead. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any chance that we can find? Downside is that Dawn Guard soldier woke up. I was kind of hoping they might stay dead so we can pilfer their armor off of them, but it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. I just want to see what it looks like. I don't want to pick a fight with the Dawn Guard either, especially since they're supplying us with armored gorillas, but it may be worth sticking around them because it looks like these guys are going to go down. They will go down eventually. I mean, the Dawn Guard from this mod will literally wander the Foglands until they die. They just wander around fighting Fog Princes. So if you follow one long enough, they will die. Oh, he's at full health. Probably stick to the other ones then. They're up here. And they specifically target Fog Princes and Fog Heavies. So, like, when they get in, like, they don't fight the small fries very often. They go for the ones that can do damage. Praetorians, Heavies, Princes, they go for the ones that are worth money. So it's both beneficial to stay around them for the sake that we can pilfer their armor, but also because they will inevitably give us more money that we can use towards our future endeavors. Right now, though, we're in decent standing in terms of money, like funds that we have. I mean, we're gonna walk out of this with tons of cash. It's gonna be super beneficial. I'm gonna follow him around for a bit. Whoa, whoa! Why is Beep in danger? What is this? Why is Beep being attacked? Who's attacking Beep? Oh, it's just it's a Fogman inside the town. Okay, never mind. Ninjas will take care of that. I ain't worried about it. Red's a monster, dude. My lord. I don't think I've seen Red go down one time. I've only seen death and destruction follow in her path. My lord. I've only seen pain. I've also always kind of wondered how the Figment stayeth thing lore-wise. Since they become, I mean the Fogmen, sorry. How the Fogmen stay a thing lore-wise since they became so easy to kill in droves even mid-game, but I guess it's a mix of numbers and location. If you believe my theory, the idea is that they're essentially rapidly cloning themselves in a destroyed... basically, the queen died and they're still using her incubator even though she's dead, so they're basically making, like, what is the equivalent of inbred, genetically damaged clones. that are, you know, cannibals and carnivorous as a result. So that would kind of answer why they're able to keep up in numbers, because they're reproducing almost as fast as you kill them. Would explain it. Out in the Fogman Isles for a while. Because it's the only thing that makes sense, like that would like justify the sheer number of them is that. Because like, look at things like the fishmen and shit like that. You kill enough of them and they just go away. You kill their leaders and they go away. The Fogmen are reproducing seemingly endlessly, and we never find their queen, which makes me think she's dead. But how are they reproducing without a queen? Well, the queen is partially an incubator, so what if they're using the incubator even though the queen is dead? You know, a lot of that stuff would, and that could cause a potential damaging, because the queen is effectively the genetic template for the hivers, and then the fog princes, who usually would like bring the biomass, the bioorganic material, whether it be wheat straw like the Western hive or blood, for, you know, or people for king to munch down and create blood for the Southern hive. The fog princes come, they eat people, and then they regurgitate that broken down mess into an incubator that has no genetic template, no pheromone control, none of that stuff, and they basically create like a genetically damaged hiver. The issue, so the one issue that I have with the idea of like there being no pheromone link and then they go insane is that like there are a lot of hivers that broke free from the pheromone link that didn't go insane. It's not, you know, always the case, and obviously if you kill certain factions, the Fogmen overrun them, so it kind of indicates like maybe that's the case. But also, it could be said that the Fogmen overrun those areas because if you kill their queen, the hivers of that, like if you kill the queen of the Western hive, the Fogmen use the incubator on her body. I mean, the hivers start using her incubator to continue reproduction, and they eventually fall to the same genetic degradation that caused the Fogmen to form. Like, it's not necessarily an indicator that the pheromone link is broken, they go insane. It's an indicator that without the queen being alive, the incubator creates, you know, these messed up, cannibalistic, genetically damaged Fogmen. Whereas, what is it? I don't think that's necessarily the case. I guess that's what it really boils down to. It still lines up with my belief that the Fogmen are genetically damaged, from, you know, using the incubators without the queen being alive, because then it makes more sense when you kill the you know, queens of the Southern and the Western hive why they fall to the Fogmen, because they're still using the incubator. They're still reproducing. They just don't have a genetic template in the form of the queen. Whereas the hivers losing the pheromone link and going crazy makes far less sense, because there are a lot of hivers that don't have a pheromone link that don't become Fogmen. You know? And I think that the way Kenshi is built, there's not a mechanic. Like, it'd be different if there was like, oh, there's a queen that you can kill, and then they'll stop spawning. It's Kenshi's not seemingly set up and built, like coded in a way where you can be like, oh, there's an incubator in a lab in the Foglands, and you're going to go up to it and you're going to activate it, and then the spawning will stop. It doesn't really seem to be like the way that the mechanics work. So I'm wondering if maybe that's why you can't get rid of them, you know? All right, we need to put Grimdark in a bed. Actually, first we need to go up here and sell. Sell, sell, sell. Capitalist society, baby. We need to sell, sell, sell. We buy things, we sell things. And from that trip in the fogs, we netted another 30-something thousand. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah! Now we're going to take Beep, and we're going to go get that big fucking sword that I wanted to give him. Because that's what he's worth. He's worth a big fucking sword. A BFS, baby. Big fucking sword. On up. Let us trade. All right, what do we got? There it is. And then I'm gonna scan through real fast to see if there's a better variant, but I think that was the best variant. I also want to compare the industrial blades. Oh, there is a better variant. 0.16, 0.82, 2.5. Oh, yes, there is a much better variant. Okay, 42. We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it. By God, we'll take it. Hell yeah. All right, so this is Beep's big fucking sword. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's massive. It's literally bigger than him, so it clips into the ground. This is what Beep the Slayer will use. And I'm tempted to go rename him to Beep the Slayer. That's so funny. Oof, why am I having such a lag right now? It's not even lag. I think my mouse is being stupid. There we go. Okay, that was weird. Okay. Yeah, so we've got Beep the Slayer now. He's moving real fucking slow because he is just having the sword. All he has is the sword on him, and he's encumbered a ton. The upside, though, is that means that he is going to he's going to absolutely wreck when it comes to strength. I mean, he's going to get built up good. He's going to be built, absolutely built. His strength is going to be huge. Huge, absolutely huge. He's going to have to be carried out of here, which is unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is. All right, everybody come in here. We got to rest up. We're going to use this place to do it because we can rest here for free because we're members of the Shinobi Thieves. Red, you're going to rest up because you're a monster and we need you in tip-top shape. Grimdark is healing. Decent. Yeah, I mean, we're looking good. Everyone's looking good. Again, Beep's going to have to get carried out of here. We're going to stop up at up there to grab some more gorillas. How many can we take? So we're going to have Dustine carrying the armored gorillo, Cole carrying Beep. So we can afford to get 4 more armored gorillos. So we'll have 5 armored gorillos and then Tiny leading the top. Yeah. For sure. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be a beast. An absolute beast. Cosmic, I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm glad that you feel that way. I am significantly happy that you feel that way. That's always my goal, is to make it have the benefits there. Have them benefits there. What a day. What a day. It's 11 o'clock. Hell yeah. We're making good time, too. We're making good time. Shit, we may even be able to begin our march on Flats Lagoon at this rate. I think we may end up leaving Beep back at the base for that, though. He's not going to be ready for that. What was the name of the stone that is the byproduct of the nuclear explosion that shows where nuclear attacks happened? So the name of the stone is Trinitite, and you can actually see remnants of it in the grid, which is how you know that the crater that is next to the grid was formed by a nuclear explosion. It is a greenish-hued stone that does not form naturally. It only forms after a nuclear explosion. And I knew what you meant, Cosmic. I was just playing off of it. I promise. Probably. I'm not saving face. Don't look at me. I was just playing off of it. I was trying to be cheeky. Sneak in a little advertisement. All right. Red, Dorsey, Tiny Kong. Hell yeah, we are all looking real good. Everyone's healed up. Healing up nicely. Cole, I don't even think Cole needs to rest. I think we'll be fine. Okay. We're gonna get ready to head out. We're gonna have to have everybody picked up. I think we've got enough money to grab. Hold on, 4,000. We might need to do one more Fogman run in order to pay for. In order to pay for all of 4 more. Well, hold on. No, we should have enough. We should have enough. To get 4 more, we should have enough. Okay, so then I'm gonna have Red carry Beep, precious cargo. I'm going to have Dustine carry the other armored Gorillo, and then we're going to head out. Back to the Dawnguard taming village. Off we go. A little bit of frame rate drop in the Fog Islands, probably from all the fog effects and all the people in general. It's a really aggressive area on your PC, so definitely a little bit of frame rate drop here. Hopefully it's not coming across too bad on stream though. All right. We're going to make our way back to the Dawnguard taming village. Once there, we're going to purchase 4 more armored gorillos, and then we are going to start the long trek back to Garzumi. So we are headed there. And then I'm going to put Beep on strength training for a while. I need his strength to be absolute peak, for sure. Oh shit, I forgot to get Cat an arm. That's fine. We'll get an arm from Flats Lagoon when we raid it. He's gone 100 days without an arm. What's another 5? What's another 5? Who needs an arm anyway? Fog Prince. Oof. Hello. Look at that. Take advantage of it. Plus, I'm pretty sure if we bring one of the Fog Princes to Eastron, because Eastron is here. Fort Dawnguard is a thing. Eastron is a thing. I'm pretty sure if we bring one of the Fog Prince's heads over there, we can join the Dawnguard. There's also Florentis that you can save as well, and Gunmark, and what's her nuts, the Serene, I believe it is. Whoever it is. Anyway, they're here as well. You can save them. Florentis is actually being held prisoner by the Holy Nation, so you have to go like break him out of a Holy Nation out of a holy mine, which we'll do eventually, but it's not really the point of this playthrough, which is why I haven't decided to focus on that too much. Slowly making our way over there, although we're making good time. Getting back down to Garzumi Keep is going to take a little bit of time, but we should be fine on that. Is there any other... Oh, no events coming our way. That's good. Although we're going to piss off the Shet Kingdom soon, so there's a good chance that they're... Is there a way to turn off snapping for walls? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Not without mods. There might be a mod for it, but in-game, I don't believe so, no. At least not that I've seen. I could very well be wrong, but not that I've seen. We're going to have to try and avoid conflict a little bit on the way back. It's not the end of the world if we get into a fight. Once we get out of the Fog Islands, it's less of an issue because if we can put the gorillos down and just have them walk and do their own fighting. But once we get out of the until we get out of the fog, we're going to have them carried because I don't want to risk them getting overwhelmed by fogmen. All right, command. Where's the trader at? Where's he at? Did he get carried away or something? Oh, no, there he is. Dialogue just popping up for some reason. Show me your animals. All right. Armored gorillos. Do 1, 2, 3. Is there only 3? There's only 3. Okay, well then we're gonna take the 3 of them, and we're gonna... Yeah. Yep, fair enough. 3 armored gorillos. I'm just gonna take the Dawnguard out of the name because they no longer serve the Dawnguard. Oh, nope, I gotta do the other ones. Doot. And doot. Got it. Alright. What the hell are you guys doing? Why are you guys way out here? Get over here. Okay. That's okay, though, because that means that we'll have, we can keep Grimdark from having to carry one. And then I think everybody is good. Red's carrying Beep. Oh, you know what? Actually, it worked out anyway. Yeah, that works out good. That works out well anyway. All right, cool. We're gonna head over to yeah, time to head back. Time to head back. I think we're gonna cut actually around the Fog Islands, and we're gonna go down this way and follow wind, and try to cut out of the Fog Islands without too much issue because I don't want to risk losing our gorillas. But we're gonna go through Drag instead. Plus, it's good to explore. It's always good to explore. I haven't been out this way in a long while in any of my playthroughs. What is that? Oh, more Dawn Guard. Hell yeah. The Lone Wanderer? Who's wandering here? No, it's just a random lost drone. Yeah, good old Beat the Slayer. Kenshi really is a beautiful game. The landscapes are fantastic. They're just identifiable enough where you feel like they're not so alien that it's like ridiculous. But they also they do have that like intrinsically alien feel to them where it's like, wow, this really is like another world. Like it's another celestial body. This is not Earth. It's cool. You get the distinct sense that like it's its own thing. You know, it's not too close to Earth, and it's not so far away from Earth that it's like you know, like it's a bit much. Like you know, for example, you look at like planets on Star Wars, like Felucia, right? Felucia is a jungle planet in Star Wars, and it's heavily alien, right? Like it's so alien. You look at it and you're like, holy shit! Like there's nothing here that even resembles life, like our own lives, and so you can't really identify with it. But then if you have an alien planet like, you know, Naboo or Coruscant, where things kind of look a lot closer to Earth, it's almost like, well, that seems kind of unrealistic. You know, it's too familiar. It's not impressive. It's not. It's like this is an alien planet, but everything looks exactly the same. Whereas Kenshi has that perfect balance where it looks familiar, but it also looks alien, and that's a really difficult line to toe. But if you can get it right, my God, it looks so damn good. I was running drugs to Clown Steady tonight, and the sunset was incredible. I had to stop at Myra. Yeah, dude, the sunsets in this game are badass. Some of my best shots and videos come from either the Ashlands or the sunsets. I like to end my videos on that like final shot, like a pan out shot. I like to end them on sunset shots, because it's kind of like, oh, like the closing of the video. All of the unknown camp. What is that? What is this? Pine Weavers? What the hell are the Pine Weavers? Are these cannibals? What the hell is this? Who are the Pine Weavers? Is this from a mod? Am I just unfamiliar with what's going on? Are we gonna get attacked? We might be happening. Oh no, those are Fogmen. They're attacking Fogmen. Who are the Pine Weavers? Are they part of a mod, or am I just like Scenthound? They must be part of a mod. They must be. I have no idea. I don't remember ever seeing this before. I've been up this mountain a bunch of times. Am I just stupid? See, sometimes you find things even I don't know. Unless, of course, it's part of a mod. And then I feel less bad about not knowing. Oh, how I get my camera to move so smooth in my videos. That's really simple. So I use the floating camera. Okay, so I activate the floating camera here, right? And then I slow it down using my scroll wheel, and then I just pan. I just pan. Or like I'll kick on DOF and I'll just pan, right? Throw it, take that there, and then I usually take the UI mask off so that's not there, and I just pan, right? Make it nice and slow. Or like I'll do zoom ins and stuff, and I'll just nice and slow, catch some action, maybe a little bit of movement here and there. right? Catch the wind, the plants flowing. You know, it's really not that difficult. You just got to have an eye for like cinematography and stuff like that, but it's really not that hard. Yeah, back April of last year, I believe, Lo-Fi released a free cam mode for screenshots and stuff, and I was actually fortunate enough to get early access to it. So I actually had it like 2 or 3 months before they dropped it because I was doing bug testing for them. And yeah, no free cam. It's a free camera mode. I spent like 100 days in game doing the paranoid ground looking for dangers. One might recovering. I looked up and struck me hard. This was not even Earth. Yeah, no, it's yeah, yeah, no, it's Kenshi's just a beautiful game. It's really a beautiful game. I'm so excited for Kenshi 2, not just for the landscapes and to see what it looks like in Unreal 5, but also for Lumen. I know Lumen's like there's issues with Lumen performance-wise, but visually it's a fucking stunning light engine. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And again, I trust Lo-Fi wholeheartedly to put out a good product. I don't think they're going to give us like a shit box or anything like that. You know, they've earned my respect and they've earned my favor enough for me to be like, yeah, you know, they're gonna do it. It'll be good. So I think Kenshi 2 is gonna look so fucking good, so fucking good. It's gonna be majestic as hell. A sight for sore eyes, to the blind would be awful majestic. That sight would be Kenshi. I'm also excited at the prospect of them adding new lands to explore, because we're supposed to be maybe getting like a new continent to explore that's mayhaps accessible via boats. And in that if that's the case, I'm excited to see what the terrain looks like on those lands. When do I think Kenshi 2 will release? Well, my hope is that they shadow drop it on Christmas. Merry Christmas to me. When do I actually think it's going to release? I don't know. 2027 probably is my hopeful answer. I don't know. It's really hard to say. We know so little about it. We know so little about what's going on. They're very tight-lipped about it. It's really hard to say. Every time I think that like they must be getting closer, they post a job for something that indicates maybe they're a lot farther back than I thought, you know, or that they still have a lot more work to do than I thought. Like, you know, I thought like, oh, they're doing, you know, a lot of localization and stuff. Maybe they're through a lot of the writing and stuff like that. And they're implementing that into the game. And then they post a job, you know, a couple of months ago for like a lead level designer for designing the landscape of Kenshi 2. And I'm like, you guys have the game system running. So that means like the game system's running, but maybe like the landscape isn't fully built. Like they've gotten everything together. The systems are running. They've gotten like, the new build menus, and they've gotten like the new crafting systems and all that stuff all worked out, and the basics, the physics, the character creator, the engines, all that stuff is working. And now they're putting the world together. But like, what does that mean for how long it's going to take to do that? Like, there's just so much to consider. I genuinely don't know. My hopeful answer is they'll shadow drop it any fucking day now. My realistic answer is, I don't know, 2020 Q4 2026, Q2 or 3 2027, somewhere in there, like within that, you know, 8-9 month time period. But it's really hard to say for certain. I don't know. There's a moon map item in my game that has other land masses beyond the mainland in the ocean. I think that is a mod. I'd have to double check, but I think what you are describing is a mod. Messing people up. Ooh, the Siege of Flatch Lagoon is going to be a fun one, let me tell you. We're going to rip that place asunder. We're going to loot it for everything it's worth. We're going to take back a bunch of dwarves, forcibly recruit them, and then after we do that, we're gonna march on the Shet Kingdom. Flatch Lagoon's kind of like our first test run to be like, hey, can we handle attacking a major city? If the answer is yes, if we can take Flatch Lagoon, If we can drop that, we're going to march on Squin. We're going to march right up to Squin, and I'm going to butcher all of Squin. It will be mine. So, yep, the battle for Squin. So first battle of Flats Lagoon. After Flats Lagoon has been leveled and we know we can handle it, battle for the battle of Squin. Oof. We did take a little bit of damage in that fight, but nothing crazy. We should be able to get back to the base with a little issue, provided we avoid heinous things like beak things or anything like that. But we should be good. Should be good. And if we see any lone Shek out here, we're obviously going to do what we do, which is I'm going to kill them. Oh yeah, beat his ass. Get him in a stagger lock. Beat his ass. Does anybody not have waist wraps on? Who doesn't? Take that. Oh yeah. No, I don't want to risk that. What we are gonna do is we're gonna come down here. I was considering briefly if we should attack this Tech Hunter way station, but I don't want to risk it. It's going to be too much. It's too risky. Too risky right now, given, what is it, our small, like, gorilla pups and whatnot. It's too risky. We're going to have to get them raised up, get them to at least, like adolescents. But I prefer to have them as adults. Once they're adults, we'll use them in our vanguard. And they level with time, so we need to just bide our time with it. They'll level as they eat and they do stuff, but like they level with time. So you'll notice like their strength will go up progressively over time. You can see it inching along. And that's them aging. So we just need to get them, keep them alive long enough for them to age up. And then fighting will increase that even faster, and they'll age even faster. But we got to be careful about it because they could die. And that's kind of the opposite of what we want. What is that? Those are Krell's Chosen. We'll avoid them. I have no interest in dealing with them right now. There's no interest in dealing with them at the moment. Out here. The march back to Garzumi Keep has begun. Honestly, that was a pretty successful run into the Fog Islands. I'm satisfied with it. Even just getting the armor for our Gorillo here was good enough reason to do it. But we got to test our Slayers out, which, by the way, they're badasses, right? They're absolute fucking badasses. We got 5 Gorillos, or 4 Gorillos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 4 Gorillos. And Beep. And Beep. Oop, Shek Scouts. Do we do it? Do we institute violence against the Shek? What are their base stats? What are they all hovering around? 50s? This could be a tougher fight. No, you know what? We've got Kenshi. We've got good stuff here. I think we can do it. And then if we need to, we can stop. I'm sure there's a place that we can rest. Around here somewhere. We need to. If not, I think we can rest in one of the outposts or in the swamp. We'll figure it out. What do you guys think? Do you think we should attack the Shek right now? We're gonna end up attacking him anyway. May as well, get the hostilities out of the way now. And the Slayers held up really well. I think they'll be fine if we do it. Plus they have Kenshi and Tiny with them. Yeah, I think we got this. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually drop all of our boys real fast. I'm gonna put them all down, and I'm gonna have Beep and the armored gorillas, the pups, I'm going to have them stay over here. And I'm going to put Beep on block as well, because I don't want him to get attacked. I just don't think that these guys are capable of holding up in the fight right now. So I'm going to put them on there. Slayers are going to start the war. Hell yeah. So I'm going to have them hold back. And we're gonna run it. We're going to run it. We're going to mess up some Shek. Who knows? Maybe it'll trigger a raid at our base. That'd be cool. Trigger a Shek raid. And Lord Grimdark is the first one to strike against the Shet Kingdom. Players start the war. Here we go. Tiny, you're supposed to be fighting. Tiny, fight. Come on, what are you doing? Oh, there we go. They were all trying to attack one. Okay, so a little bit of damage was taken, but that's because they were all trying to attack the same target. They weren't spreading out. Hell yeah. Oof. Grimdark got fucking smacked around. Alright, damage has been done. We are taking a bit of a beating, but I think that between Kenshi and Tiny, we should be fine. Justine is holding her fucking own. She is giving it everything she's got. Oh yeah, we're up. We're moving. It's done. It's done. It has been done. I am going to take their weapons. This is something that I usually do when I have enemies around that I don't want to get up and continue fighting me effectively, right? Because that could lead to death. I'll go around and I'll just drop their weapons on the ground. Hell yeah, we did it. Struck the first blow. It didn't quite initiate full hostilities against us, but it was the thing. But I think all in all that went well. I was a little worried about it. They did beat us down, but I think part of that was because initially we ran in. Hard carries did indeed carry. Glad I was standing though. Yeah, initially we ran in and they all tried to target the same enemy. And so I think that caused us to get too grouped up. So their wide-arcing swings from their heavy weapons were wide-arcing swings. But I think after we started to funnel out a bit, that became less of an issue. But everybody's there. Justine absolutely crushed it. Did not fall. Fought to the very end and actually secured the victory. So hell yeah, very very good stuff. See, now they're trying to fight with martial arts, and they're not going to do nearly as well. So we don't have to worry about nearly as much. We'll just batter them. What's our faction reputation looking like right now? Czech Kingdom still in the positive. We need to fucking deal with that. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Dustine, pick up you. Red, you need to pick up Beep. Okay, well, I guess we're moving out then, and we're gonna be moving a bit slower, but that's okay. That's okay. Worst case, we can we can stop at a swamp village and rest up there. But I would call. Who is this? Oh, those are Traders Guild. Yeah, we're gonna move out of here. Or we end up picking a fight with them too. That is not on my bingo list for today. Is picking a fight with the traders too. Not on my bingo card. Is that what's happening down here? That is some Shek and 100 Guardian. Oof. Okay, so that is that's some Shek over here fighting skin spiders. That makes sense. We're getting close to Iraq, so that makes sense. Okay, we're gonna try to cut down through here. I think we're gonna have to stop in the swamp and rest up there. Single targeting is a pain in the ass. My mistake was targeting one and then not immediately switching to target all when they became hostile. But all in all, I think we walked out of that with pretty decent, like very minimal injuries considering the situation. I mean, Dustine crushed it. Grimdark took some hits, but again, he was in the front lines, and he kind of got sandwiched. He also, unironically, has the lowest stats out of all of the Slayers, even though he's the head of the Slayers. But that'll get fixed as time goes on. bread. Yeah, there should be a village up here that we can sleep at, I believe. We just got to get to a small village that we can sleep at. We're moving a little slow because we've got the little gorillas. We didn't, we're not carrying them anymore. So we are moving a bit slower, but that's okay. Upside too is we have Tiny and Kenshi to hold us off. Kenji's in rough shape until Grimdark wakes up because he's got the highest robotic skill and the only kit, and he may have actually already exhausted it. No, it's still good. Okay, so we're gonna... Yeah, we need to find a place to rest. We're gonna walk along the ridge there. The journey back may end up being fucking worse than the journey there. Had to be done though. The first battle against the Shek was drawn, and now we have a gauge of like what it's gonna be like when we siege like Squin or something like that. We kind of see how we stack up. Our Slayers versus them. We kind of have a gauge of how we stack up. It'll be different though when we have like our full army. I'm excited to move in with the full armada of like, I think we have like 35 characters in our faction right now. I'm excited what's going to happen when we move in with like a full army of like 50 or 60 dwarves. It's going to be fire. It's going to be absolutely fire. It's going to look cool as hell too. The battle of the Holy Nation, you know, the battle of Squin. It's all going to be good. All going to be good. We just got to be careful to avoid some of the more immediate dangers in the swamp right now. Oof. That lag spike from the swamp. I'm actually going to save it here in half a second. I'm going to save it now because crashes in the swamp are more plentiful because it's just such a densely populated area with rain effects and foliage and also just a lot of like assets around. I'm sure there's a mod that expands food. How do we look on food, by the way? This whole trip, honestly, we've not done terrible on food. We're not doing terrible on food at all. I did expect us to go through more food on this trip. Everyone's ripe for the pickings in the swampland. Don't do that. Don't do that. You don't want to do that. You're well below our pay grade, good friend. Don't do that. You don't want to do that. We could stop over at Shark here and rest up, which honestly that may be the better option, is to rest up over here. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Okay, well, he's gonna do it. Stupid ass. He did it. He shouldn't have done it, but he did it. All right, yeah, we're gonna stop over at Shark and rest up. We got to recover before we move out the rest of the way. I think that's the smartest option here. He's more Shek? Nah, we can't risk it right now. We're in bad shape. The war hasn't officially started. We can't risk it yet. Especially in the shape that we're in. We got cargo too. We got to get these gorillas back to the base. That way they can grow up in safety. And we don't want to risk Beep too. That's the other thing. Gotta get Beep and these gorillas back to the base. Only then can we really begin our conquest. Question is, would you try to milk a Garo if you could in real life? No, probably not, but I probably wouldn't milk a cow if I could in real life, if I had the opportunity in real life anyway. I'm not really, it's just not my vibe, you know? Not to make it weird or anything. I don't know. There's some things that I just don't feel the need to do, milking cow. If someone was like, hey, do you want to milk a cow? No, I'll pass. I'm not really interested. Not really interested. Not for me. Each their own, not for me. So, probably not. Probably wouldn't try to milk a Garo. I'm going to be honest with you. Probably would not try that. just got to get to Shark. The swamp is really cool. Really cool environment. It's a damn shame that it's such a lag zone and crash zone. It's a really big hotspot for crashing. The swamp. I tend to avoid the swamp in almost every playthrough, specifically because it's just a giant pain in the ass for crashing. Like, I get such bad lag spikes in the swamp because every time it loads in, it's not just loading buildings. It's not just loading people. It's also loading in every individual tree and plant and all that stuff. There's so much foliage around that it's got to load in that are all considered individual assets that it's just so fucking inconvenient to travel through here. Especially when you have like a graphical setup like mine. I don't usually have issues with like frame rate or anything, and even in a swamp, if I'm not running on 3x speed, like, I'm generally pretty fine. I tend to increase speed when I'm on stream sometimes because I don't want to bog down the stream with like, then Dave spent 6 hours traveling and he didn't actually fucking do anything this stream. But yeah, it's just super laggy sometimes in the swamp. It's just a pain in the ass area to load. I'm building my current base right by the eye-shaped valley on the border of the hidden valley of the northern coast. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Am I right here? It's the best place to grow cacao. So I just set up a cocaine production in the swamp and it crashed me a few minutes ago. Yeah, dude, the swamp is it's crash central there, man. It's really just not super great. All right, we're gonna rest up here in Shark for the evening, and then we'll be able to head back to Garzumi Keep. Dustine, the barkeep here. No, I don't want to play. Is he not the barkeep? Is he just a fucking casino? I don't want to go to the casino. That's not why I'm here. I want to. Not here. Oh, we gotta be careful here. There's mercenaries. Avoid them. No. Back up. No. Do not pick a fight right now, you absolute buffoons. Who's attacking? Mercenaries? Everybody block. Everybody on block. Please don't tell me we're committing a crime right now. You fucking buffoons. We came here to rest, you fools. Oh my god. Everybody get out. Everybody flee. Flee. Run. And we've pissed off the hounds. Everybody move. Top speed. Get the hell out of Dodge. It's because the mercenaries attacked us. And because the mercenaries attacked us... Is Bobby unconscious back here? Bobby's unconscious back here. Okay, Bobby's unconscious back here. Dustine's carrying Grimdark. Hounds are attacking. Everybody's on block. Yeah, fuck it. We can't block. We're gonna have to take them off block. Okay, everybody group up. We're gonna have to go get Bobby after. Kenshi, what are you doing? Yeah, this is gonna be nasty. Yeah, we're gonna have to take all of them off block. The mercenaries attacked us because we pissed off the mercenaries. And before I had a chance to react, I'm pretty sure Tiny Kong slapped one of the mercenaries, so we got an assault charge. And now the hounds are after us. Okay, we're gonna have to send somebody back to get... And some of our gorillas are bleeding out. Son of a bitch. Tiny, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just fucking attack him. Just fucking attack him. What are you doing? Tiny's gonna be the one that gets us out of this. Well, we're no longer welcome in Shark. Oh god, the dwarves aren't welcome anywhere. We're gonna have to go back and get Bobby because he's fucking unconscious over here. Well, we've got to be careful. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Shinobi thieves are on our side, so there's that at least. The damage. Has anybody taken any real damage yet? I mean, like, they're all fucking unconscious, but like... Red, I need you on first aid. You're on first aid. Get up. Red's purely on first aid. Stop trying to fight and go do first aid. What's Peep doing? Peep's fine. Thank God for the Shinobi thieves right now. No, you fucking buffoons. Get over here. Okay, Red, you're going to go get Bobby. And then you're going to fly back here. That's what's about to happen. Is anybody dying? Is anybody immediately dying? Okay, he's dying. We can heal him up. We have a minute for him. You're healed enough that you're not taking full damage. This went from, like, oh, we're just lazily traveling back to... Oh, Shinobi thieves are holding the line for us. This is so stupid. The Shinobi thieves are the only reason that we may be able to get out of this. Pick Bobby up and get the hell out of here. Thank the Shinobi thieves. No, Red, stop. No, stop moving. All of you. Get back over here. Get back over here. Stop trying to fight and get over here. I'm okay if we fight as long as they come to us. I can't deal with those turrets. Red, you're on medic duty. You need to just start healing people up. You need to heal. Holy shit, this went south so fast. I just wanted to rest up. I was like, oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be good. Jesus Christ. Went so far south so fast. And then Tiny and them just keep trying to attack people, which I am simultaneously thankful for. And also, can you please fucking stop? Can you please stop? Shinobi thieves are attacking troublemakers, hounds. What is happening here? Oh, okay, so the black shifters are attacking the hounds. Wow, this is just something. Tiny, I need you on hold. You're holding. Tiny, hold. Hold. Heal, boy. Heal. Red, you're on first aid. You need to heal people up right now. Okay. Tiny and you. Get over here and just start putting them down. This went so far south so fucking quick. You're on first aid duty. Stop trying to fight and just start healing. Everything's fine. Never mind. Yeah, literally. Literally. Fighting the hounds literally wasn't even on my list. I didn't consider it as something that I even thought I was going to have to do. I thought everything was going to be fine. I did. Thought everything was going to be fine. Yeah, everything just went to hell in a handbasket so fast. Dustine. Grimdark, you need to stay down. Just heal up this... No, you don't have a med pack. Does Bobby have one? Yeah, okay. We just need to start healing. The hounds are going to come at us in waves, and that's okay. That's okay. What we need to focus on right now is getting our guys picked up. Tiny can hold the line for sure. He's a monster. Kenshi, now that Grimdark is up, he can heal Kenshi. So he's going to focus on that. Red needs to focus on healing everybody else. And then once we have a couple of people up, we can start picking up those that are unconscious, and we can get the hell out of here. If we can make it to Clown Steady, we'll be fine, because unlike here, we can actually go into Clown Steady without an issue. Oh my god. This went so far south so quickly. Alright, you need to... I'm going to pick you up, bring you over here. I need to get everybody, like, congregated into one spot, I think, too, so I can start picking them up. This went so far south so quickly. It's ironic how I thought the Fog Islands were going to be, like, the big test. No, it's getting the fuck home that's the problem. Alright, who is down still? Got it. Okay, so, Red, I need you to pick up Beep. Grimdark, you're going to pick up Bobby. Dustine, you're going to pick up Bonesy. And then we're going to see what's left. Who's left? Does any of you guys have camp pack? Probably not. I shouldn't be surprised, but I thought I might. Yeah, nope. Okay, I mean, then we're kind of stuck waiting for some of these guys to wake up. I mean, we're kind of just stuck waiting for at least a little while, but they're going to be out for a fucking minute. Red, I thought you were carrying... You're carrying a gorilla. Okay. Getting home is the big issue. Who'd have thunk? I was not expecting this. This was not... I just wanted to rest. The whole point of this was to rest. Is there anywhere we can go to and like hang out? I'm hesitant to send anyone over there. Here's what we'll do. I'm going to have him continue to work repairs on Kenshi. And then I'm going to have Kenshi go over to this swamp village here while Tiny and the rest of them hang out. And I'm going to see what's over here. Kenshi can move quick, too, so... There's a chance that we may be able to commandeer a bed. Who's over here? It's hounds, right? Swampers? Okay, I don't think we're not enemies with the swampers yet. The question is there a place that we could sleep? Residence? No. Big shop? No. Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised. The short answer is no. Short answer is no. Bitch. Alright. Yeah, I think we're kind of hosed. We're kind of stuck waiting. We gotta wait. Beat his ass, Tiny. Keep on kicking his ass. Don't let him get up. Keep on kicking his ass. Damn it, Red got knocked up. She'll get up again. She'll be fine. I get knocked down, but I'll get up again. And Dustine got knocked down too. Son of a bitch. This is like worst case. I don't even know how to go about fixing this. Not quickly anyway. Like this is gonna be... okay. This reminds me of a very early episode. I think it was episode 2 or 3 when we got swarmed in Holy Nation territory by... it was like... easily 100 starving bandits. And like we fought as hard as we could, but like, dude, it was a mess. It was an absolute fucking mess. This reminds me of that. Quite a bit, actually. Quite a bit. Reminds me of this quite a bit. Alright, Dustine is up. Fantastic. You're picking up a gorilla. What's Bobby up to? He's still in recovery coma. My thought is that we're going to pick up the non-dwarves in the hope that, like, we're going to pick up, like, the gorillas and stuff like that. That way, when... once all of the dwarves are up, we can move. Because our dwarves are going to recover a hell of a lot faster than, like, the gorillas and stuff are. They just are. So the hope is that we'll be able to get them up and moving. Quick. Plus, these guys move slow inherently, whereas our dwarves have taken injuries to the chest and head, but most of them should be able to walk relatively okay, with the exclusion of Bonesy here, who's his right leg's pretty messed up. What's Cole's legs looking? Yeah, so Cole will be fine once he wakes up too. It actually may be more beneficial to drop them and pick up the shitty legs ones. Bonesy's leg's bad. We're gonna have Dustine pick up Bonesy here. Cole's there. Bobby is being carried by Lord Grimdar. Okay, so we're almost to the point where we can move again. It's not ideal, for sure. We're not in the best shape, but we're almost to the point where we can move again. We just need one more dwarf to get up so we can either carry Cole, or Cole can get the hell up and carry himself. What a mess. What a mess. At this rate, it's looking like Bobby's going to be up and he can carry Cole. Fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe that happened. Cannot believe that happened. Beat his ass before that becomes a problem. Yeah, I'm at a loss. I can't believe that just happened. My lord. Wakey, wakey, Cole. Come on. Wakey, wakey, chicken, eggs, and bakey. I'll tell you what, this has been a real test for their toughness. Tiny's a fucking animal, dude. Let me tell you. He's definitely going to be our like heavy hitter when it comes to the wars later on. Which again, I mean, you guys saw how that went with the Shack. It's kind of like, oh, this is going to be a bit of a busted campaign because we have, you know, figures like Tiny and our golems and stuff like that. But when you really look at what we're fighting, I'm not remotely concerned. Let's get away from these swamp raptors before they become a problem. I'm not concerned about it being too easy, is what I'm saying. I think that if anything, it's still going to be a giant pain in the ass, even with them. Sieging cities is going to be insane. It's going to be insane. Flats Lagoon's going to be our big test, though. That'll probably end up happening next stream. My goal is to get these guys home, and that'll probably be end up where we calling it. We'll see how long that takes, but we're gonna get them home first. They've earned some respite, that's for sure. They just got to get back. Red's stats are building up fucking nice though too. Look at that, 60 attack, 67 strength, 60 toughness. I mean, she's becoming a real fucking unit. Real fucking unit. These blood spiders are becoming a real problem. Cole or Bobby, one of you guys got to get up. Probably going to be Bobby first, I think, and then he can carry Cole. And then we're just going to have to gun it straight down. I don't know who owns what. I don't know what the dealio is. Yeah, I mean, we're just going to have to make it work. I can't fucking believe that just happened. I'm genuinely surprised we were able to get out without any casualties. I thought we were going to lose Bobby for a minute. I was almost positive we were going to lose Bobby for a minute. I saw no world in which we were able to go back in there and pick him up. So that was, in and of itself, a fucking miracle. But still. All right, Bobby's about to get to get picked up. He's about to get up. And then once he's up, he can pick up coal and we can get the hell out of here. This looks bad, Red says. Really? I had no idea. That looked fantastic. I thought we were in great shape. I didn't bring a single camp bed either. Alright, pick up coal. Alright, and we are officially moving again. We are moving slow as hell. But we are moving. Now we need to identify the best way to get down here. I'm thinking we head towards Clownsteady. And see if we can get over there and rest up there. But it's going to be a trip. We're going to have to be very, very careful. This is going to be a long trip now. Our only saving grace was Tiny, Kenshi, Tiny Kenshi, and the fact that lots of ninjas, man, they had our back. We lucked out on that. That was real close. I mean, that's Flotsam. Shinobi Thieves. Sorry, the Shinobi Thieves had our back. I wonder if the Shinobi Thieves are now like being attacked in Shark, because that does happen sometimes. Where the factions will go to, like, they'll end up attacking each other enough to where they'll incite hostilities between the factions, and they'll try to purge them out. Beep got messed up a bit, but he'll make it. He'll make it. Everyone's still alive. That's the important part. Everyone's still alive. I do wonder if I keep saying Flotsam Ninjas. If the Shinobi Thieves are currently being attacked in the city, though, because they definitely fought on our side. I mean, they were attacking the hounds left and right. The only reason that Red was able to grab Bobby was because two of the Shinobi Thieves were attacking the hounds that were on turrets. They drew turret. They like kept them off the turrets long enough for Red to go grab Bobby. So that was almost really bad. Almost really, really bad. Probably not that great. He was being carried most of the time. A little bit of toughness. He's got defense 20, like 4 right now. Yeah, I mean, he was being literally carried most of the time, and then he got knocked out almost immediately. I think like 1 hit. So it's not that great. It's not like he participated that much. His stats early on are just way too low to even consider fighting, especially against the hounds who have stats in the 60s, 50s, and 60s. There wasn't even room for growth. He just went straight to getting his ass kicked. Even on this is how fast we're moving on 3 times speed. This is our top speed right now. We're moving at like 7 miles an hour. This is bad, real bad. At this rate, it's gonna take some time, but hopefully we get down there sooner rather than later. If I can get a couple of these guys, like their legs recovered, mostly if I can get Bobby's legs recovered, we can. Not Bobby, Bonesy's legs will be fine. Who else is being carried right now? A blood spider? Yeah. Oh, biggie. Okay. Who's got bad legs and who doesn't? Cole is awake. He can get put down. And so then Cole can pick up this armored gorilla here. All right. Bobby, since you're not carrying Cole anymore, you can carry this armored gorilla right here. And now let's see how fast we're moving now. Try to up speed a little bit. We're moving a little bit faster. Who's carrying Bonesy? That's the question. The path you're taking is scary as shit in my game, but my world isn't yours, so I hope it's okay. No, dude, this whole thing is scary. I don't have a choice, though. Like, the only alternative I have is to either cut straight down through this way, which I don't want to do. That water is treacherous. I don't want to go that way. Or to cut through here and try to wrap around the same way that we came in. I mean, we're kind of forced right now to take the scariest path. And we're going to have to cut down into Clownsteady. That's the only thing I can think to do. Bonesy's probably going to move faster than these armored gorillas will. Who is Grimdark carrying? Anybody? He is not. You're going to pick him up. All right, we should be able to move a bit faster now. Not a lot faster, but a bit faster. Yeah, this is... I mean, this is a super scary path that I'm taking. I don't want to go this way. But the alternative is we get our asses kicked. We definitely get our asses kicked. At least this way we have a chance of survival. Swamp ninjas, but they're fighting blood spiders, so hopefully we can maybe stay out of their path. We're going to go this way and try to dodge around them. I'm going to go right through the water. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a long, treacherous fight home. For sure. This is not how I expected this to go. I thought the journey home was going to be relatively easy. My mistake. Just because, again, like, the journey there was good. We clapped it. We were doing great. Fog Islands, like, we took a little bit of damage here and there, a few beatings, but, like, by and large, I didn't feel stressed at all. This is something totally different. Yeah, the swamps of loading, quite literally. Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, you'd think that there's nothing that's going to take us out, but squad sizes are bumped up significantly. My base. So here's the thing. Here's where we are back out a little bit. Here's where we are right now. We have to get there, which means we have to trek all the way down and then over, because the alternative is going through the boneyards, the bone fields, especially the high bone fields, where there are beak things. So I'm not doing that. Instead, we're going to try to go south and go south towards Clownsteady. I'm going to go straight down towards Clownsteady, and then I'm going to swim it. Yeah, I'm not going to risk that. South is the way to go. South is the way to go. We're moving faster now that Bonesy's up. Yeah, well, that's the thing. We could take a couple of beak things without an issue right now. I'm not worried about that. You know, we could take 30 beak things right now, I'm sure, between Tiny and Kenshi. The problem is that they'd also probably kill at least one or two of our slayers and the armored gorillas, which would really piss me off, because that was like one of the 3 things that we went that we even went to the Fogman Isles for, was those armored gorillas. And they're too little right now to fight back because they're still pups. I need to get them back to the base so they can, like, grow and become the vanguard that they've always meant to be. We're always meant to be. I can't fucking believe that. As soon as I saw those mercenaries in the base, I was like, oh my god. In the thing, I was like, we should leave before a fight starts. And then as soon as we walked outside, a mercenary group walked past Tiny, and he just went after him. He just went after him. The swamps of loading it is, my lord. Save often, especially in the swamps. Sometimes if you get stuck on a loading loop like this, if you just fly around for a second with your camera, you'll force the chunks in the terrain and stuff to load in. The piece of there you go. See, sometimes it just gets stuck. Yeah, no, this is definitely the scariest way. It is unfortunately the safest way. I would much rather risk going into the United Cities right now than I would. We're gonna keep Tiny, the gorillas, and all of them. We're gonna keep all of them outside, and I'm gonna send one guy into the city to see if we can secure bed. If one guy can go into the city and come out without being attacked, then we'll call that a victory and go from there. And he just decided that we're gonna fight. He wasn't gonna take no for an answer. They looked at him funny as what it was. They were like, "What the hell is that?" And he said, "What do you say to me?" And then just fucking started ground pounding. And like, they didn't stand a chance against him, but that's hardly the fucking point. We were not ready for that. Especially because we were all already beat up, right? Like it's not like we went in there and we were at full health, and like we probably would have still had some trouble, but like we would have cleaned house to a degree. It would have been a tough fight, but I think that we would have been okay if we had gone into it with you know, more health. But we were already beat up and in bad shape. So this is one of those situations where, Tiny, you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna, oh my fucking god, no. They're all weak. They're all weak, but that's hardly the point. Although our guys are actually healed up relatively well from time past. This actually isn't quite as scary as I expected it to be. We still need to we still gotta put these guys down. Swamp ninjas ain't gonna be a problem. We'll rip right through them. They got stats in the teens and 20s. This is like fighting starving bandits. Really not a big deal. Yeah, not bad at all. Okay. That could have been far worse. Could have been far worse. And blood spiders. It has become far worse. Cole. Cole. Buddy. Bro. Homie. Friend. Comrade. Oh my god, there's so many fucking blood spiders. That's how they get you, man. You get swarmed by blood spiders. That's how the swamp gets you. Alright, let's see what the damage on that was. Alright, so red is down. It looks like just red and Destine are down. Cole is in rough shape, but does he have a first aid kit? Yeah. He's critical. We need to get him picked up for sure. Red is in really rough shape right now. But I'm going to have you pick up Cole because I think he's actually in worse. Yeah, he's in much. Don't worry, Cole. I know it's only because you went into the fight already wounded. That's all. I don't hold it against you. I know. Okay, red. Pick Cole up. Give me half a second. I have to let my dog upstairs. Okay. All right, she was whining at the gate back there. Okay. Continue our journey towards Clownsteady. Now that the army of fucking blood spiders is gone. How many blood spiders was that? Because it looked like a stupid amount. Too many. Too fucking many. That's how many. Oh, look. They're back for more. Tiny. Go, fucking go do something. Come on. Taunt. Taunt them. Taunt them all. No. Come on. Kenshi. Please, for the love of God. Kenshi is the game you play when you need a break, and then the game refuses to give it to you. We just got to get out of the swamps. We just got to get out of the swamp. That's really what it is. We just got to get out of the swamp. Swamp ninjas. No. Yeah, they ain't had it for us. We just got to get out of here. It's funny how this episode just got so fucking stressful so quick. Okay, yeah, I mean we're almost there. We're out of the swamp. Technically, we're in the South Wetlands now, so we just got to keep going. We just got to keep going. And keep going. Were you? Were you? Red Saber? Not worried about it. Oh, hold on. Dude, it's just one thing after another, let me tell you. They're not dangerous in the sense that, like, I'm not worried about them, but, like, god damn it, they just don't stop. No, you buffoons, you silly gooses, get the hell out of here. Stop running into the fight. You're on hold for a reason. It means you don't fight. Oh my god, why are you guys doing this? Why are all of you doing this? Fight these guys because they're right there. And red's down again. You two, get over here. I'm not even mad, right? Like, I'm not even like, oh, God, they keep going down. I'm just like, ah, oh, fuck, they're down again. They're down again. No, God. Beep, I never expected this, but apparently you're carrying somebody now. How the turns have tabled. Justine's not carrying somebody, so you pick up Cole. All right, yeah, all right. Beep's carrying red now. Who'd have saw that? Who'd have thunk? No, 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 no. Come on. Christ. I meant to set them to matched speed, and they all booked it. They're all eager to get the hell out of here. All right, and we're off again. The long journey home continues. Today. First time we leave the base in so long. Like, really leave the base in so long, and this is how it turns out. I wonder what they're doing back at the base. I wonder how they feel. How things are going for them. They're probably all just sitting around eating bread and shit. What? Why are we running? What do they get attacked by? Oh, it's just a fucking red saber. Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. Beat his ass. All that for that. My lord. You guys are dramatic. Let them finish them off. They're going to come after us anyway. We might as well just hold firm and let them come to us. Just stomp them. Biggie. Oh, we are almost to clown steady. We're almost to clown steady. We might get there one day. On the upside, though, we are out of the swamp. We're no longer in the swamp. Now we're just doing other stuff. Ridiculous, Lord. Okay. going. All right, I need to find the most efficient route up. I want to go that way because that's too close to the crater. Instead, I'm going to go up this way. I don't want to go anywhere near the crater. There's beak things in there, the grid, the crater, all of it. So I'm going to go around the opposite direction and try to wrap up through here. I just got to get up so I can get over to Clown Steady. That's all we need. We just got to get over to Clown Steady. That's all we need. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to have Beep put Red down because he doesn't have the athletics or the strength to carry Red and have us move at an effective pace. And then, do we have anyone else? Cole's still out. If Cole wasn't still out, I'd say he can carry that last armored gorilla, but he is still out. So we're gonna have to do it this way. Just got that chest injury, man. Just keeps dragging him down. The old war wound. Dustin, thank you for joining us. I'm glad you were here. I know it's getting late. Usually I end this right around now, but I want to get these guys back home first. That's the goal. Get them back home, and then we'll call it. But no, I appreciate you stopping in. I appreciate you hanging out with us, having a good time. Yeah, I should be streaming again real soon, sometime this weekend, either Saturday or Sunday. Keep an eye out in the channel. Keep an eye out in my lives tab on my on the channel, and you should see the upcoming stream real soon. I don't know what we're going to be doing, but I should be streaming again real soon. And we are slowly trekking in. I think once we get to Clown Steady and we can get a couple of our guys rested up, namely Cole. Once we can get Cole and Destine rested up and Red, where they're not so damn injured, I think we will be able to get back to base real fucking quick. We just gotta get to Clown Steady. But there it is. Clown Steady is on the horizon. We're almost there. Avoid the swamp turtles. They're herbivores and typically docile, but I'm trying to avoid them just in fucking case. But I think we may be able to get everyone home. No dwarf left behind. Not if we can help it, anyway. Not if we can help it. We're actually going to park all of our guys out here, like right there, up here in this little crevasse here. Get them all up there, and then I'm going to send just Destine and Cole in to see if we can go in without causing an issue. I've never been so happy to see Clown Steady, which is funny because Clown Steady is literally probably one of my least favorite UC towns. I think aesthetically it's really cool. I really like the compact design of it, but I also just find the place fucking useless. There's nothing in here. Bribe. Just bribe him. Yeah. I don't care. He just skifted me for 2,000, but I'll take it. Make sure that they are on hold and block. In case there are mercenaries in here, because there are. We are not going to bother them. We are just trying to live our lives. Put him in the bed. Hell yeah. In the bed. Get you two rested up. Fantastic. Okay, Red, who are you carrying? Beep. Put him down. Who else is injured? Okay, it's mostly just those three. So we're going to get Red in here too. Same deal. On block. You don't mess with nobody. You just get up here and get in bed. Hell yeah. All right, so these guys are going to heal up. Everybody else is going to stay outside in this little crevasse. We're going to get the gorillas home. We're going to get everybody back home. We're going to have no casualties. Everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be good. Ugh, I'm getting fucking tired myself, but I'm determined. I'm not ending the stream until they're home. I am determined. I don't even need them necessarily up to full health. I just need them capable of moving. Oh yeah. Alright, Destine is almost fully healed. Oh, yes. Bull is still inching. I'm going to get him up to 50 and then call it. Once he's up to 50 on his chest, we'll move. Yeah, quite literally, nothing is better than limping over the hill to safety. I mean, all right, get the hell out of Dodge. Run. Okay, all right, now your job, you're going to pick up Beep. I trust you to do so. You're going to pick up him. Trust you to do so. All right, now we're moving at a better speed. We're moving at a much better speed now. Is there anybody else that's not being carried that probably... I think everybody's being carried now. Okay. All right. Okay. I know we can make this portion of the trip because we've done it many times. We are going to go around the city so we don't risk rustling the feathers of any mercenaries. So we're going to go around the city. Fantastic. And then we're going to start the trek back to the base. Do that. We're going to come over here. Oh, man, I've never been so happy to be back in the southern end of Kenshi. I hate the swamps. All this did was reinforce my hatred of the swamps. I think they're a really cool... I think it's a really cool area. I think the factions are really cool. I always avoid the hell out of it, though, because, one, it's just lag city. You know, swamps of loading, as was said. But also, just my experience in the swamps is always just fucking getting my ass kicked. Outlaw swordsman? Hell yeah, we can deal with this. Deal with them. These guys are so low on my list of fears. But yeah, alright. Continue moving. Almost there. Arzumi Keep is in our grasp. I'm pretty sure that 8 bread is actually Arzumi Keep. I'm pretty sure that's our base. You've seen. See, that's the thing. Like that was halfway tempted to buy that fucking shack in that little swamp town, but then I was like, what if this goes south there too? Like the swampers weren't attacking us, the hounds were. So like we pissed off one of the 4 crime families that run the swamps. But oh my lord. What a fucking mess, let me tell you. What an absolute mess. A disaster. Oof. Getting some lag. That's back over. Manhunter base. Literally, I made angry the most welcoming of the gangs. Who are these? These are mercenaries. Nope, we gotta back the fuck up from that. No, 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 no. They already saw me. Oh god. Oh god. Haul ass. Haul it. Flee. I'm not even scared of them. I just don't want to. Okay. Tiny. Just what, the one or two? This is what you get. This is what you get. This would all stop if you just lay down and die. Bastard. That's what they get. You see that? Listen, listen. You see that? Right there? In the distance? Those little spires? You know what that is? That's home. Right there. That's home. We're almost there. We can literally see it. We're almost there. It's Grove Street. Yeah. It's Grove Street. That's funny. We love a good San Andreas reference. For you, I have to like keep double checking everything we go by because I'm like, these are gonna be mercenaries, it's gonna be raiders, it's gonna be fucking slavers that are stupid and think they can try and enslave the group that has a giant armored gorilla. The rebel farmers that are attacking the traders. Again. Fine, dodge it. This is not my conflict. Not my conflict, not my war. My war is yet to come. Soon, though. Soon. It's taken us 5 days to get home so far. We're on day 144. I believe we left the Fog Islands. I'll have to double check, but I think we left the Fog Islands on day 140. So I'm pretty sure it has taken us nearly a week in game to get back from the Fog Islands, which is crazy. God, what a episode. Whew. We're almost there. We're almost there. Don't worry, guys. Sleep is within sight, both for the dwarves and for all of you and me. Almost there. Save often. The guys subsisting off their plentiful diet of bread. It's always really cool seeing your base off in the distance like that. Like I just saw the little spires off in the distance there, and I immediately was like, "That's it. That's home. That's it." Cresting the mountains over yonder. We're almost there. Home stretch. Home stretch. Swimming is an interesting skill. I wonder what the max... I don't think I've never taken the time to, like... This is your ability to swim faster and further without drowning. Can you fucking drown? I've never drowned. Can you fucking drown in Kenshi? Has anyone ever drowned? I've never drowned. I've never, is that a mechanic or is it just worded that way for giggles? Because I've never drowned in Kenshi. And now I'm concerned that you can fucking drown in Kenshi. I know being unconscious... No, I don't even think it does. I don't even think it does. I don't think being unconscious in water does kill you. It got me concerned for a minute. I was like, can you actually drown? What is that? Is that a beak thing? It is. I know we're almost home because the beak things are afoot. But that's okay. Because I can deal with beak things. You know we're running real low, where things are bad because I left with so much food in our inventory and now we are running low. We are running real low. And by low, I mean we are out of food. Jesus Christ. We had so much food. And we are officially out of food. Into the bone fields. Hell yeah. We're going to be back at Garzumi Keep before we know it. We're almost there. Home stretch. Home stretch. We're almost there. Possibly. Probably, honestly, given the way that water functions in Kenshi, like in Kenshi 1 with the engine and everything, they probably intended to implement drowning, and they just weren't able to get it to work. I feel like that's a believable thing. It's not like you're swimming everywhere. There's really not, like, other than when you're, if you, like, try to, like, swim out of the continent, you really don't ever need to go in the water. There's no real reason to go in the water. We're almost there. I've never been so relieved. All asp, everybody. Come on. Honey, what the hell are you doing, man? Why are you like this? We'll get there eventually. It's fine. We gotta get these boys fed. Because they are in rough shape. Everybody's in rough shape. And there it is. Tiny's being a bit of a fucking idiot, but that's fine. All right, everybody. Put everybody down. Tiny, come on. Get over here. Get in here. There we go. All right, now we need to get everybody food. Kenji, get over here. Get some bread. Just load up on bread. And you, and you. Get over here. As well as you. Hell yeah. Okay. We did it. They made it back. They made it back. That was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. But they did it. They made it back. The Slayers survived. And, yeah, they lived to fight another day. Beep, you need to get to work on strength training ASAP. God, you good. Everybody fighting over the fucking weight bench makes me giggle. This is ridiculous. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay. Well, that's that. I would call that success. That was an absolute mess. But we did it. We got there. We got back. I think in total, the journey to the Fog Islands and back took 20 days. Almost 20 days, I think. I'd have to double check that, but I think it was almost 20 days. I think we left at day 125 or close to it. We got back at 145. Anywhere between, it took at least 10 days. But, oy vey, what a mess. Oof. Okay. Well, I'm going to save it now before I forget. I'm going to save it again. My brain, man. Bride. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate your time as always. Remember to use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in someone's life. And make sure you bring enough food and are adequately prepared for the long journey home if you choose to travel across Kenshi, because holy shit. Okay. I already have like 1,000 hours in Kenshi, but your videos and streams, my friend got me in love with this game all over again. I am so happy to hear that. Kenshi, spreading the love of Kenshi is all I've ever wanted to do. It's all I've ever wanted to do. I want to give the community a good experience. I want to make, give everyone the love of Kenshi that I have. You know, I long since said that my goal has been to be a positive influence on the community, a positive influence on Kenshi, and I've also said I wanted to be like the Vati video of Kenshi too. But and ironically, someone actually said that on Reddit the other day, which made me very, very happy, because that's always been a goal. But no, I'm glad that you're enjoying the content. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams, and you're always welcome here to talk about Kenshi lore and watch crazy things happen and all that stuff. So should have some more long form content out soon. But I'm gonna go crash. I'm wiped, guys. I'm wiped. This has been killing me, and I'll never stop the lore videos. I've got more coming. Don't worry. I got more coming. I'm actually doing a collaboration with fellow Kenshi YouTuber Petastrofia very soon. So, good night, everybody. I'm out.